last time in Renascence. Burberry, John, and Noel were able to escape the Shadow Realm. Congratulations. Yay. Only to be waylaid by the fear-eating creature Burberry encountered as they returned. At the same time, Lauren and Barnaby set out to find their friends and were waylaid by monsters on the beach. John managed to get a hold of the creature and beat it to resignation, and as it melted away in his grasp with a grumble, it muttered to itself that it would just have to make do with what it had. Lauren and Barnaby, y'all took care of your adversaries, no issues, and both parties decided to spend the entire night hiking along the coast. And as a result, you guys were united about an hour before sunrise. Yay! Congratulations. So you guys were picked up by a rescue party from the ship that was sent to scour the wreckage of the Medora, searching for survivors, and you are now currently bound for mooring. You've learned that most of the crew have been accounted for. The first to meet Rebecca, and about 30 crew members in total, including those who returned to mooring with Lauren and Barnaby, and the ones that John was able to set up on the south side of the island, all survived. Among the missing are the captain of the Medora, Captain Tathan, the quartermaster Silvarin, who washed up with Noel, the bosun Baturim, and a half dozen crew members were found dead at sea. And as Noel can attest, there are, I believe, 4 other crew members that were in Silvarin's company that are still unaccounted for somewhere on the island.
I wrote down Silvarin, Lydia, Judith. That's it.
Okay, so 4 total. Pardon. So Lauren and Barnaby also had news about a divine messenger that they encountered in mooring, and this revelation led Burberry to come clean. They had been stricken by a divine curse from Choron and split in 2, and had been living as a pair of diminutive dragonborns for years now. And they had long since fled the Conclave for fear of what might befall them if they were discovered.
I feel like it should be Dragonborn with an asterisk at the end of it.
Dragonborn question mark? So we are picking up as your rescue ship, the ironclad steamer, the Salamine, is pulling into mooring. You guys were picked up right at sunrise, piled onto the ship, had a very heartfelt, intense conversation, and then promptly passed out. And you are now waking up in the crew quarters that you sort of claimed for yourselves as the ship sounds its horn and pulls into port at Fort Bounty. Are there any questions before we begin?
I have one. It might require some explanation. Just to go over things, because it's been a bit. What was the exact timeline sequence of events that was laid out in the black book that Lauren and Barnaby found? Just because I remember some of it, but I don't remember exactly, and it could be relevant.
Okay. Paraphrasing, because I don't.
Yeah, Spark Notes.
Spark Notes here. So the account of Marineros, Father Marineros,
okay.
Senior priest of the Conclave. He was responsible for creating the planar anchor for performing the conjunction on Montalban. And before he did, he attempted to commune with whatever entity inhabited this island, just sort of going off of rumor. And he was able to make contact, and he did not glean a lot of useful information directly from the thing, But over the course of his conversation, he did record his observations of its nature. This thing was lucid. It was curious about him and his business, though he was careful not to share too much. It remarked multiple times that it was hungry, which he made note of. And he also made note that this thing gave him a very malevolent vibe. He did not trust it, he did not like in talking with it, and he was more than glad to cut the connection as soon as he could, once he was fairly confident that he would be safe where he was performing the ritual. The account relays the actual conjunction ritual passed without much incident. Him and several other conclave priests performed it over the course of an afternoon, and no issues. After the creation of the anchor, he, on a whim, decided to try contacting the creature again. And the conversation was much shorter. He got the connection almost immediately because it was furious. It seems, though he doesn't have anything to corroborate this beyond his own speculation, that the creature was aware of the conjunction after it had been performed somehow. He seemed to detect it and was not happy about it. There's some speculation at the end of the account where Marineros talks about maybe this thing's reach was curtailed somehow by the planar anchor being there. You know, maybe it's weakened somehow. He's not really sure, but whatever the case, it seems clear enough that it cannot reach mooring, whatever influence it may have over the rest of the island. And that is good enough for him.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions.
All right. So, with no further questions, the floor is open to the players. The ship's horn has just sounded, and you guys hear the call going out above deck, pulling into Port Bounty. You kind of can hear the sounds of footsteps outside your cabin doors as the crew make to disembark. Among them, the many rescued individuals from the wreckage of the Medora. What do you guys want to do?
Get off the boat.
Yeah, we'll get off the boat.
Cool, you're off the boat.
That's it. That's all we're gonna do.
I don't know if you have any more business
Yeah,
on the ship, but the door's open if you need it.
I will say, it sounds like we maybe need to figure out our next steps, and I wouldn't mind getting something to eat that's not rations. Is there a place to eat around here? Somewhere that's not just like a military outpost?
Yeah, you want to head off base to find food?
Yeah, it's like I don't know, doesn't have to be a restaurant, but just somewhere to get food.
Yeah. Sure.
I love the idea of going somewhere else. I've been eating my own creations for the last 2 days.
More than fair. Yeah, Aloran and Barnaby, you guys passed, a handful of food and drink establishments over the course of your day of research. Or I think it was yesterday, actually. You were here.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd be able to lead them to somewhere on the pier or on the main square. I'll say, as a general rule, the establishments that are on the waterfront look like they cater to sailors predominantly, off-islanders. You're going to see a lot of alcohol served there, and also a lot of pretty diverse food. The food and drink stuff further into the city, more local establishments, generally a little cleaner, a little less rowdy, and a little more restrictive in their offerings.
Pretty food
That sounds
stuffs
like a
for
place
my
for me.
backwater corner of the world.
So, heading somewhere in town.
Yeah, I'd say in town.
Sure, yeah.
That's my preference.
Are there any like food stalls that have the stuff from that one island that's from the middle of nowhere?
Fair.
You know, my hometown.
Which island is that specifically? Tharja?
Yeah.
Give me an investigation check, I'll say. As you guys are, you disembark the ship. There are some crew who kind of like wave and beckon to you guys, but y'all need to fucking regroup. So you'll reconnect with them later. As you're making your way towards an eatery. What did you roll, Burberry?
19.
19? Okay. There is one guy. This older, like, gray, sideburns, balding, half-orc gentleman who sells this... it's not really a delicacy. It's one of the protein staples. It is a pickled iced squid that is very heavily seasoned. Generally not like the most like delectable thing in the world, but it's functional. It's serviceable on a work day. And he's got a little stall running these.
How much is it for one?
1 silver.
Oh, can I have like 10?
He just looks down at the tray. He's got 10 of them. He's like, sure. Fucking just dumps them into your bag or whatever you want to do.
Yes. I will trade him a gold for it.
Thanks. He just pockets it, fucking closes down the stall, and he's done for the day. He fucking goes to the bar and gets a drink. So yeah, there were a handful of places in town. There was the Hazelnut Inn, Yield Table, the Minor Frog, quaint little local taverns. Like nothing too crazy.
I feel like for the rest of the day, you'll just randomly look over and there's like a stick sticking out of the beak of Burberry's mouth.
What
it's
is
a frozen tentacle just sticking straight out.
What food is this that you purchased?
Oh, it's it's frozen tentacle. Like, wait, what'd you say?
It's like a frozen pickled squid.
Pickled squid. There you go.
That's a unique one.
Wait, so that makes it does that make it a squidsicle?
Yeah, basically.
Sure. If you are offering, I will try some. Sure.
It's a briny, pulpy popsicle.
Okay. I'm gonna roll to see how much Noelle likes it. That natural 20. Oh my gosh, this is really good.
Surprisingly refreshing.
Man, I wish you. Oh man, I wish he was still open. I would have got one for myself.
Burberry's just like, I got 10.
You feel a nudge at like your knee, and then out of one of the pockets pops an extra one.
Thank you. Does it keep well, or do I need to eat it now?
It's pickled, so it won't stay frozen forever, but it'll keep pretty well.
Okay.
Oh,
You should probably wrap it.
I'll wrap it.
Can I let the orc know that I'll buy his stock tomorrow too if he makes it again?
Awesome, man. He's already got like 2 tankards.
I'm gonna give like Burberry a couple of jars to store these.
Yes, it probably smells very fishy as it starts to fall.
It honestly just smells like pickles. Like it's real like just briny and like very heavily herbed.
Okay, did everyone take one, or was it just Aloran and Noelle?
I don't think
Aloran took one.
Aloran would like to try one if being offered one.
Yeah, no, but sure. Burberry will give one to anyone who wants one.
And I'm
I'll give
pretty
it a
sure
try.
she's gonna like it.
All right, Burberry's gonna have like 4 by the end of this.
Yeah, no, that's the reason I'm asking, because I need to put it in my inventory.
All right, I will also roll to see if I like it, because it does sound very interesting.
It's very unique.
It's fish
Oh, I got a
related, so
nat.
Barnaby already likes
That
it.
one.
I got a nat
Two ends of
one.
the spectrum.
What the fuck is this shit?
You eat like a small bite and like offer it back, or do you try to like subtly throw it away?
I'm just gonna I'm gonna take one bite, be like, okay, and then she's just gonna eat it all and be like,
You're like a sushi purist. Like no seasoning, no cooking, none of this fucking brine freezing
Yeah.
shit. This is
I
disgusting.
was like, why is it brined? It just should be raw.
Well, how else
Shouldn't
are you
even say
going to
any
get
of
the
this.
pickling?
Well, that's because it's winter. And this is me guessing. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I'm guessing it's like Alaska, where it's winter months for like a very long period of time.
Yeah, Tharja is very, very polar. It's cold.
Yeah.
And
So
this is easy to maintain.
so it needs to be frozen because it comes in and then it's winter like most of the year, so it's not exactly squid season.
Yeah. So, like I said, you got a handful of places. Hazelnut Inn.
Let's go to the one with the cute
Minor
frog on the sign.
Yeah, it's like a big, like wooden, like kind of shoddily painted, like lime green frog over the door.
Sure.
But yeah, you head
That's
inside. It's a cozy little tavern. There are ceramic frog knickknacks on every conceivable surface. So it's a little hard to like not bump stuff.
Alright, that
As
ain't
you
as
walk
cute so
through.
much.
Yeah. Like all the little fucking candle holders are like frogs. With
Please
their
tell me it's
mouths
run
just
by like
wide
an old
open.
lady that just loves frogs.
Yeah, the bartender is a fucking like 6.5 foot tall, very heavy set gentleman, totally bald. What can I get for you?
Oh my god. Oh, sorry, real quick. This is 100% from The Good Place.
Oh, I
That's
see.
the character is 100%. There. Okay. Anyways, please continue.
My brain went. If I ordered frog legs, would it be like immediate or sacrilege?
Only
I
one way to
mean-
find out.
Oh no, this is not a
Delicious.
character.
Yeah, you want some?
What?
Wait, you actually sell frog legs?
Yeah, sure. Frog leg. One order frog legs. Anyone else?
Yes.
I'll take frog legs.
You got any shrimp?
No shrimp today, unfortunately.
Dang it.
We got some crab. If you're down with
Ooh,
crab.
can I take crab too?
Sure, yeah.
Crab's fine.
Sure. He'll take orders. For the table, it's probably like a gold.
Alorn's paying that. So.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
And yeah.
Oh, and I'm also getting everybody a drink too because I feel like everyone needs a drink.
also fair.
Sure.
That I believe is about half a gold for a drink for everyone.
Just water, please.
4 silver.
Okay.
I'm going to enjoy the shit out of this.
I figured y'all might.
Question to Burberry: does Burberry actually like break up and like take 2 chairs this time, or do they sit in a single chair as usual?
As usual.
Fair enough.
Oh, there's a question to start things off. So, do you want us to still call you Burberry, or should we call you whoever's on top today?
Well,
Lauren Snickers. Sorry.
There was no other way to word that.
Just about to take a bite and just squints. Oh, come on. I'm eating
Oh.
here.
oh Lauren, you know we're both switches.
I know.
Who is the
That's
top
what's so
today?
funny about it.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't make me go to another table, y'all.
Well, I'd buy you a drink if you could guess, but I'm pretty sure from that comment you'd already know.
I'm pretty sure it's Burr.
It sounds like Burr
Yeah!
to me.
Yeah.
High five.
Yeah.
I don't mind being called Burr, but Barry has a bit of a... Ow! We would prefer to be called Burberry, please.
Not easy enough to do. We're used to that.
Yes, it also will be a little less confusing along the line, I imagine.
So, Barnaby and Lauren, what have you been doing since we separated?
Excellent question. Let me refer to my notes in my head.
Doesn't have to be
Pick up my
entirely.
mind palace.
every single thing, but I'm curious just generally.
We went to the temple. That's where we found the ball of light thingy.
Right.
And then we were like, we're gonna go find y'all. So we went to the military base. No one really wanted to help us except for one lady.
She was real nice. We should send her a card or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we also have a bunch of stuff she gave us to help us kill the thing. So if we don't go back, we need to return it before we leave. And then you've met the two other people that said they wanted to go in and kill the thing.
Oh yeah, what happened to them?
Yeah.
We're still on the boat.
We'll retroactively say you guys parted ways gracefully, just to get some time.
I assume we can find them if we need them.
Yeah. They said they'd be in town.
And we went to the military base, to a temple. We saw Mr. Cobb again, where we got a map. Yeah, but pretty much.
Wait, what's Mr. Cobb doing over here?
Yeah, I thought he lived in Freeport.
I don't know, not Belleville.
Is he still as sleep deprived looking as he was last time?
Yes, he is. He has a magic door that you open, and it's very interesting.
It sounds complicated.
I had a lot of questions. He did not approve of it.
You looked a little more restful this time, I thought.
So, part of me needs to ask, is this his magic door or a magic door he was given?
I think given?
How do you know he wasn't
How
just
does he
messing
get
with
groceries?
you?
No.
We have lots of questions.
Same. I still have a lot of questions.
Well, we can crack that mystery later. So, what does this light mean exactly that you talked to? I mean, you wouldn't have the answer to that, but Burberry, do you know more about this? Why a light would come down looking for you?
Did I roll for that, or do I just know?
You can give me a religion check, sure.
I'm good at religion. It's like the only character that I've ever made that's good at religion. 17.
17. Yes, from that description and the name, you do recognize that this is a celestial emissary. They are not an uncommon sight among the conclave, though they are generally not coming down for people at your rank. Usually they're looking to commune specifically with the heads of temples or senior leadership. But they are the primary way through which the gods send messages down to mortal kind on Dragos.
I will relay this information and add that the only time that it had ever visited my temple, as far as I was aware, was that one time that Brother Cadbury got drunk on a 5-day binger.
He was defrocked.
Almost immediately.
So they did the light said that Koron was dealt with, right? That was mentioned, or was that not said?
So the light specifically said that.
Well, I know the light didn't actually say that. I'm just trying to clarify what was shared by Aloran here.
The light said that Koron was being pursued. He was no longer within reach of Veracos and should not be a danger to Burberry any longer or anytime soon. So, just wanted to give you a heads up on that front.
Well, that's good news, right?
They wouldn't have happened to mention anything about knowing, did they?
Knowing?
I would say, Lauren, give me an insight check since you were the one who were kind of running.
They called you the Wayward Brothers.
I mean, it could have been a Freudian slip on someone's part.
That's possible.
So that is a 21.
21 insight. Yeah, so, there is the obvious point that its name was literally messenger searching for wayward brothers. So it's conceivable that somebody is aware. At the same time, it's also did not seem to express a whole lot of awareness of that fact or interest in that fact if it did know. I'll say with a 21, there was a strange quality to this thing's presence. It did not seem fully, like, independently sentient. It's hard to describe, but this did not feel like a full person you were talking to. It felt like almost like a very responsive voicemail.
Sort of the chat bots.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a super high quality chatbot. This thing was made for a purpose to come down and talk, and it did its job, and then it left. Very Mr. Meeseeks. I don't know. It didn't seem to care. It didn't seem to know. It didn't seem to care. There did not seem to be any real connection between it. Like, it having this name and, like, realizing, oh, interesting, I'm only looking for one person, but they're called brothers. There was no logic happening there. It was just like, this is my job. I've done my job. Thank you. Goodbye.
So did they actually want to see me? Or was it just a message?
I think they're
I
gone.
think just the message. Because I was looking for you, but when I said I was friends with you, it was like, great, here's the message. Bye.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah. So I don't know if they'll be coming back. That's another message or not.
It's possible, considering you did tell it to pass a message along that your friends were trapped in the Shadow Realm and would need help.
Oh, yeah, I did do that. And then I'll say that.
I
Well,
appreciate it.
the good news is part of me is absolutely not panicking. I really wish the other one would shut up.
I don't know. I'm not a big... I don't know how this stuff works.
Since we're all more so on the same page with this, I take it the gatekeeper didn't have anything useful for you, Burberry?
Fortunately, no. It seems that this particular condition is... I can't go as far to say it's unique, considering the universe is vast and there's millions of possibilities, etc., etc. But, as far as we know, the condition is unique.
So it's not like a typical curse that someone might be able to remove from you.
What I was hoping, admittedly, I'm still trying to figure out if this is more what it is. It's a little out there. On the upside, I'm always with great company.
You'll never be alone.
Well, if I am ever alone, something very, very horrible is probably about to happen.
Yeah, so hopefully that never happens.
Arbitrary.
Yeah. Pluto, the chairs in here, the Animal Crossing frog chair.
In a very do-it-yourself 2x4 single coat of paint with no varnish way, yes.
Good to know. I'm just trying to get the picture in my head of this place.
So are the tables.
The tables have little, like, eyes.
Yeah, someone is sitting on a side of the table with the two eyes bulging out, and it's a really, I don't know. It might be convenient, but it's also very hard to scoot your chair all the way up because the arms are, like, bumping them.
I would like to imagine either Barnaby or John there, just because they're the biggest, and it'd be
The most annoying.
the worst. Yeah.
Or Laura could sit there and then she has two cup holders for her drinks. And she fits between the eyes.
Get your own seed. I already planted mine.
They're cup holders, Barnaby. Perfect. They can, like, you know?
Nope.
Double fisting, make way for double eyes.
Okay, so there has been good news, at least with Koron being indisposed, and it sounds like there are people willing to help. We just have to figure out what we want to actually do now. Are we trying to kill
Well-
this creature?
Well, I think we should go ahead and leave. But also, I don't.
Laura, I am being unreasonably responsible, and I think we should kill it.
Somebody please talk me out of this.
Yeah, you can talk me out of it, but
Admittedly, Lord, I'm surprised. I thought the minute you managed to get out of the thing, you would just have a giant binger.
We did.
There's the girl I know.
it already happened.
Honestly, I feel like the irresponsible one, and I am also not super inclined to go kill it, but there are people that I was traveling with that got taken by the creature, and it would feel terrible to leave them behind. I don't know.
And if we do get it, like, we'll be doing this island, like,
On
a
purpose?
huge favor. And maybe they'll be able to actually, like, colonize the island and not have to worry about being, like, stalked by this monstrous creature. And then maybe plants and wildlife can come back, because that is really strange. And I do not like that.
Yeah, I don't like the no fishing part. This is a weird dream.
Well, from my understanding, quick
No fishing.
quick question lineup thing. So was it all one critter or was it several critters?
I think it's like one creature.
So Burberry would like to corroborate with the other party members to see if there was any point where the attacks overlapped or happened at the same time.
Oh, like timeline-wise?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Okay.
We mostly experience. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I saw it when I woke up on like 3 days ago or something like that. I saw it, I think partway through one of the days. I'm trying to remember, but it was pretty sporadic.
Actually, this is going to be super useful because Burberry spent legitimately a huge ass block of time with this thing right next to him the entire time.
Yeah, so can we, if we go over our timelines, can we glean anything to you?
So day one, Burberry spent a long stint with it, right? I believe that same day was when Noelle caught a glimpse of it. Right before your group was attacked.
Might have been the
Was
day
that when that glimpse
after.
was?
Because I think that was the day where we started sending to Burberry. Like I woke up
I feel like
and I saw it, and I started sending to Burberry or something like that.
Well, because Burberry was with it before you sent.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he would have mentioned it.
I remember that day you sent a sending very early in the morning, like after you guys got to shore. And then you took a rest. And then when you woke up, I think the attack happened pretty soon after that. John appeared at that point.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, Lauren was out at sea, and Barnaby was hiking through the woods towards that ship, and then turning back.
Right.
I have my reasons.
thankfully Barnaby came back.
Eventually, God, I'm trying to like actually recount.
I mean, we're ultimately just trying to figure out if this thing is in two places at once. If we were hallucinating or if we were seeing it for real.
Would you instead like me to make like an Arcana or an investigation or some sort of roll to figure out like if?
I think just comparing your stories, it's definitely like seems as though this thing might be in two places at once, or there might be multiple ones, because there are days where you guys are encountering this thing while you were separated, right? It's hard to necessarily line the time up just because you don't have a clock on any of you, but there are days when this thing was dealing with Burberry and being seen by Noelle. There was the night when Lauren got back, she heard it.
Oh yeah, that was great.
And I believe
She sprinted indoors and ran away.
Yeah, I believe. I want to say either Burberry or Noel heard it.
I
don't
know
remember.
mostly what we got attacked by was things from the water, and then eyeballs in the fire. And
Oh, we saw it making the eyeballs, actually.
yeah, so that's kind of where I think it is. It's like it's one thing, but it has like that. It can regurgitate that
Right.
eyeball and create like a second creature, and that's what was attacking us. While it was simultaneously fucking with y'all.
And you said the
Gross.
eyeballs can make you feel fear or mess with your dreams or something like that. So maybe those eyeballs can
Oh.
like project an image of him in your mind or something.
Yeah.
Well, he, she, it was one ugly motherfucker.
Yeah, no kidding.
All I know is I heard it at night one night when we were basically back in mourning, and that was not a good time. I regretted going outside
Yeah.
of that tower.
I always worry in scenarios like this where something has been one way for, 100 years or whatever, however long this island's been like this, and no one's ever been able to fix it. And I have to wonder if people more competent than us have tried before and failed.
With this extra info, can I roll a history arcana check again to try and identify this critter being thing?
Yeah, you could try.
Which roll?
Either one.
15.
15. You've got a rough catalog of what this thing is capable of with all these different accounts. Clearly, there's some sort of mental manipulation at play, whether it's about illusions or whether it's about fear. That doesn't really narrow it down necessarily. It also doesn't help that this thing is demonstrating a limited sort of omnipresence. Being able to be in multiple places at once is not something that you are aware of being like a property of any creatures that you would have learned about during your education. I'd say the most you could say is this is new territory. You don't have a lot to go on, but what you do have does not mash with what you know.
Okay, and unrelated because my brain went, calm emotion might be useful here. Does calm emotion? So it says that you can suppress feelings of being frightened or charmed.
Yeah.
So if I was suppressing those emotions, if they attempted a fear after I started the calm emotions, would it be just would the roll still need to be made?
The rolls would be made, but the effect would be moot. So say something is casting fear as a spell on someone under calm emotions. They would still need to make the save. It would pass or fail. If they failed, the caster of fear would still be concentrating on fear, but it would be to no effect because of the calm emotion spell. If that dropped, however, and they were still maintaining fear, then that would kick in.
Sorry, brain went.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a valid question.
I also figured it'd be good to do it now instead of in a combat whenever I'm like,
Like, let's not experiment, shall we?
Yes,
Let's
fair.
know what we're doing before we kill this thing.
Only if we're going to, which again, I am not super fond of.
Well, somebody, if you guys are able to, maybe talk to the gatekeeper and see if we got teleported to the shadow hall
Right.
again, if we can get out using that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because if we can do that, I think we should be okay to go in.
I
Because
definitely
we'll
want
have
to
like
be
an
sure.
emergency.
Definitely don't let our party members run off.
Yeah,
No.
stick together.
I will literally get us like we'll tie ourselves to each other. And
I mean,
make
can
sure we
just
don't
pick
run.
one of you up.
I'm afraid I only have one set of manacles.
Barbarian.
You do remember we covered this on day one, right?
I forgot. But
It's been
that
so
is
long.
great information to remember.
There's a whole thing about what's a cleric doing with handcuffs. It was switches.
Sorry, I'm trying to think of how I'd word this sending real quick. So, you guys just talk about frogs or something for a second.
Can Feywild be accessed from?
Did Gerald ever contact Lauren back from her last sending? Besides the Gideon is concerned.
Refresh my memory. What was the conversation?
Oh, that's a great question.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, I was just curious. I know he said like Gideon was concerned.
Probably about being lost in the West Virginia.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I sent a thing when I found them, unfortunately. It's okay. I'll wait. I'll send them later.
How are these frog legs?
They're good. They're good. A little bland, but like the cook is solid.
That's what we got Barnaby here for. He got all the spice.
Oh, you want a little old bag?
Yes, please.
Yes, I would like to add some cayenne pepper to mine.
I'd have a little
that.
heat.
I have
Barnaby
that
just
in my
unfolds
inventory.
his spice roll of all the canisters of spice he's got from his pack.
The spice of life. Or is it the spice is right? I can't remember how Ma used to say it.
It's
What you got there,
both.
mate? The bartender will walk up and kind of like peek over your table as you unfold your spices.
Oh, this is my spice rack.
That's awful convenient. That's nice. Where'd you get that?
Made it.
Really?
You take orders?
Do you?
I mean, it would take me a little bit.
I mean, I'm not going anywhere.
Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Do
How long
it.
will you be here?
Do it.
That's the last part.
That is very dependent on.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't want to take too much of your time. Y'all enjoy your meal, but hey, yeah, get back to me before you go. Let me know. All right?
I mean,
Nope.
you can also
Head back
mail
to the
it.
kitchen.
You could mail it.
Oh no, you don't want to mail this. This got glass in it.
No, I meant the not glass part of it, like the leather part of it.
Oh yeah, that you could do.
Just get that. Just get the measurements of his bottles.
That's a very personal thing, asking a man his bottle size.
I mean, if you're going to make a holster for the bottles, you'll need to know how big they are, right?
Lauren's just gonna sip her drink with wide-eyed.
Noah looks up from her
bottle we
notebook right at
talking
that
about?
part of the conversation. Okay, I'm going to cast Sending to the
I
gatekeeper.
said bottle, not sausage.
Yeah, I heard you. I know what y'all said.
Laura's just got beer all down her chest. Came out your gills.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
What did your mom teach you? Gosh darn.
Stop. Stop it! My dirty mind can't take this.
My mother taught me how to properly get rid of a hairball, but since I don't have hair, it's kind of a moot point.
Yeah, I could see that being not useful.
I know how to regurgitate water out of my lungs so I can breathe on land.
Is that why you're always...
I'm going to cast Sending to the gatekeeper.
Y'all are acclimating very well to being back out of hell.
We miss chatting with our friends.
Adventurers are nothing if not resilient. Sending.
Yep. I'm going to say, hey, it's Noel. If we use your Waylight to exit the Shadowfell, will we emerge on the material plane or in the equivalent Shadowfell forest?
That's a good way of phrasing that question.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly 25 words.
The gatekeeper's response. Disappointingly, perhaps. I have no idea.
Damn it.
We seldom have reason to journey to the Shadowfell. So we've never tested it. I would hope, at the very least, it would take you where you intended to go.
Like a yes.
I like the idea that the gatekeeper actually used more than 25 words. She just immediately cast it again, so you didn't know it.
It sounds like maybe a 60-40 in our favor, which is not great.
I mean,
But we'll
it's
be
a solid
together.
B. I've had worse grades.
We'll be together.
Wait, you got to go to school?
Well, homeschool.
Oh.
D was for dependable.
I'll say this much. We need to do everything in our power not to end up back there. There is no guarantee we're getting back if we do. And it's not a place you want to get stuck.
Well, I mean, we can always stick to the beach. It seems to be able to find us anywhere.
Yeah. Honestly, it's not a bad idea to stay on the beach because he clearly was like, or it, whatever it is, clearly wants more food. So I'm sure it's going to come and like find us.
Actually, you reminded me of an idea I had when you were talking about this black book you were reading through. If the creature... Burberry, you might be able to chime in on this too. If the creature doesn't like conjunctions when you're trying to bait it out, why don't we try to fake one?
We pushed it in that conjunction. So Burberry falls silent for a little bit, and that's to...
I don't know how it works. I don't know what all goes into it, but I imagine if there's one thing it's going to try to stop, it would be losing more of its territory. And we don't have to exit. We don't have to go any, further inland. They did a conjunction on the beach here. Why can't we try to pretend to do a real one on the beach further south?
It's a very good theory, and it would have some merit. That being said, I don't know if we have either A, the magical capacity to fake a conjunction, or B, the ability to make it even seem like we're making a fake conjunction with something. Because I don't know if it would actually be fooled by that. Considering it takes a lot of, there's a reason it's celestials that we make conjunctions with. They're kind of powerful beings.
True. Also sort of begs the question of why they wouldn't have tried that already, but...
This is also probably
Or
terrible.
without a check, you could definitely chime in. It's expensive. It's very expensive and time consuming.
This is probably a terrible idea. But one of us could bait it out, and I volunteer myself, okay? Because I had the most resistance to its things.
Sure.
So I could go a certain distance ahead of y'all alone.
There you don't want some help there?
Excellent idea. But what would happen if it spawned in between us and frightened you so you had to run away?
the likelihood is pretty low for me. I did pretty well every time it tried. Compared to
I see no way that could go wrong.
Oh no, I see a ton of ways that could go wrong.
Like,
But-
legitimately, I'm getting flashbacks every time that I go, oh, I know I'm great at these rolls. Plus 2.
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's like probably what's gonna happen. Nat 1, and it's like, oh, well, Lauren's running into the 4th. Bye, guys.
If you usually stuck together, why don't I just hold back a little bit just in case anything goes wrong?
Yeah, that's true.
Also, your idea of tying people together, like, that would prevent someone from running away in fear.
Yeah, I could tie myself to Barnaby.
Wait, what if we both get scared then? Then we just run twice as fast.
I will say, in favor of the plan that I pitched, if, like Lauren said, if we did pull something like this off, we would be doing this island a tremendous favor. Who's to say that we couldn't convince a few people to help us? I mean, obviously, there's the people that you found that were willing to delve, but, I mean, if we made this a concentrated effort to truly try and fake this, to trick the creature, to make it seem as legitimate as possible, it feels like we could bait him out.
Yeah, we probably would have to go talk to the temple and the military base, and both times I talked to them, well, the temple was pretty helpful, but the military base was like, don't go there. Don't go in the forest. And I was like, well, I'm going to go in the forest, but thanks anyway. So, I think we'd need much more convincing at the military base.
I can be
and I think we need to start there first before we try the temple, I think. Or maybe no, temple first, because if the temple's behind us, they might be more willing to.
DM question, agree. Is there a conjunction site you can visit here, or is that just like in the temple?
Yep.
Or?
Yeah, in the town square, actually. You guys would have probably passed it on the way to this town.
Is there, what is it exactly?
It's a large plaza. The center of which is like carved stone, and there is this just perpetual blue-white glow coming out of this very intricate sort of magic circle that's carved into the stonework there. At night, it's like a fucking 100-foot light shaft you can see in the distance.
It's like a spotlight.
Is there a way to increase the range of efficacy on a conjunction site?
It's a good question.
Roll
I feel fancy.
For 50,000
Oh,
gold.
I almost never get to use the word efficacy.
It's a good word.
17.
17.
You know what? I'll use inspiration on this. It's inspiration on.
Okay.
Let's up that to a 15. No.
17. Not to your knowledge. Conjunction was not something that you covered extensively as a practical measure. You more learned about the sort of historical significance and the importance of it. I would say you do know that there is a radius of 10 or so miles around a conjunction site where that energy is can have like a long-standing impact on the environment in that area. And thinking about that probably strikes you as, that's probably why this thing doesn't have any pull in mooring itself.
So is mooring give or take 10 miles with radius?
Mooring in like the surrounding like farmland. Because there are farms outside of the town. There's not a ton of them, but there is farmland out there for a few miles.
I love the idea that there's random farm hick that's like, oh yeah, that there critter trying to pop up again. Real funny looking. Like, it just keeps going about his day.
I see you, you son bitch. You better stay on that side of the magic aura. I know you don't like it over here. Too bright and shiny for your kind. Mm-hmm.
That you, Uncle Flam? Thought I heard his voice.
Right.
But yeah, no. You're not versed enough in the arcana of this ritual, this process, to really know how to like tweak it.
That maybe be a question
Yeah.
for the temple or something.
Should we go to the temple then and see if they'd be willing to fake a virgin?
Yeah, we could start there and see where it
I
takes us.
suppose it wouldn't hurt to figure out, well, to reconnect.
Also, before we leave breakfast, I feel like I should probably ask because I was very confused. Did you just say that we were in a dream, Barnaby?
No, you're not in a dream. I am.
Well, wait, if you're in the dream, then wouldn't we, by extension, also be in the dream?
That's a good point.
No, because you're just a figment of my imagination.
Well, yes, but we're in your dream.
In the dream.
Yeah, but you're just dream beings.
Wait, but how did this start? Why are we in a dream? Or have you always
Always
believed
been
that?
in a dream. Well, I had my suspicions. The past few days just kind of cinched it.
But
The whole time.
we haven't always been in a dream, because at some
you have.
point... No, let me finish. At some point, your dream had to start.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would have been born in a dream, which would be very awkward for everyone, because I don't even want to know what you were dreaming of whenever you were 2.
Oh yeah, eventually a dream did start.
At what point do you think it started?
Well, from what I remember, it was when I was just falling asleep in the bog back in my moss.
So the entire time that you've known us, we've been in a dream?
I mean,
So
it makes
Lauren's
sense.
gonna-
You think magic actually exists?
Well, I have to say, damn, Lauren, you are one fine dream.
Thank you, Fur. Barry.
I just figured I got a wild imagination. That's
So
all.
too.
Barnaby's working through some shit with Lauren in his dream world.
Wait, with me? About what? What did I do?
I don't do no drinking. I don't talk about nothing dirty. But this hot Triton woman that I've been adventuring
I was
with for
gonna
the
say,
past 2
honestly,
months.
it makes a lot of sense for David to dream about a hot Triton, given the characters he's played in the past.
All I'm saying, underwater's nice. It's fun there.
Well, Barbie, does being in a dream have any bearing on the decisions you make while you're in said dream?
I mean, not really, because now I know I'm in a dream. So if I wake up, then
Well, yeah,
No,
yes, but
I wake up.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how willing are you to wake up?
Considering I've been in this dream for a while, I guess I've gotten used to it. So not really right now.
Okay, well, if you ever desire to wake up more, please let us know so that we can break up the party and leave you alone.
Although wait a second, I did think of something and I was going to test it. And he's going to quick whip out his gun and point it at his face and like,
No, no,
oh
no.
wait. What if these is one of them dreams where if you die in the dream, you die in the real? I better.
I think it is one of those dreams.
Okay, definitely one of those dreams. And you know, worst comes to worst, even if you are just led into another dream, it could be way worse than this one.
So while Burberry and Barnaby are having this conversation, Lauren's going to turn to Noelle and be like, this happened after the creature started like doing scary things.
I think I've had the nightmares that Barnaby went through as well.
I did too.
His
I
must have been
understand.
vivid, though.
Okay, and one more quick question.
Yes.
Is there any way for you to judge? I read this book once called Inception.
Oh, I saw the play
Inception?
version of that.
Oh, the play
There was
adaptation
a musical.
with Robin Woods,
Musical.
right?
Yes.
Man, y'all watched a lot of musical.
I grew up in a big city.
So is there any way that you can differentiate your dream from reality?
Well, there was those one beings down on the beach that helped me snap out of my dream for a bit. So there's that.
So wait, you're saying that the weird nightmare creatures that had caused everybody else strife woke you up?
Yeah.
Woke him up.
Okay, and what was being awake like?
Lauren takes her mug. And
Sorry,
starts to
I'm like, Cat is
No,
like,
you're
oh,
fine. You're fine.
This is a great. But Burberry's like, oh, this is fascinating. Tell me more.
You notice
Tried to
you notice
convince
a slight
Barnaby.
change in demeanor of Barnaby. He kind of shrinks in on himself a little bit. I mean, how much I tell I was back at my mom's place.
And
Told me to just quit slacking off and get back to work. You know, like an old family does.
Do you want to go back home, Barnaby?
Well, not right now. I gotta go kill the thing that done killed my paw.
Right, but
if,
once
if,
that's
if, it,
done...
if it done killed your paw and you're in a dream, why does it matter?
I figure I'm already out here, so might as well.
But like
Well,
once
if you're out
once
here,
that's done...
technically you're not here.
Well, yeah,
You're
none of y'all are
dreaming.
here right now either.
So do you have to kill this thing twice?
Well, I figure this will just be a practice round, you know.
So what you're saying is you don't need that list of yours either.
No, I need the list.
But
Helps
why?
me keep me track, so I know what it's like when I actually do it. Like I said, practice.
It's a dream. Couldn't you just imagine there's a president over there and murder him or whatever? Or wait, was it overthrow a president or murder a president?
It was hog tie president.
Oh, hog tie. Right. Could you just imagine a president over there but have it be a pig and then you could tie a rope around his neck and call it good?
Well, sure, but what's the point in that? Where's the fun in that? Has to be all natural.
So you're saying this isn't a lucid dream?
What's a lucid dream?
It's when you can control what's going on in the dream.
Oh. No, I don't think it is.
I have to say, your dreams are very weirdly grounded in reality.
I don't know about that. I mean, no
That's true.
offense, but we got that guy over there with the tentacle, and
I was
then
gonna say, this is a pretty unbelievable...
Well, okay. Yeah,
series of
yes,
people.
we got another lady that can turn into who knows what.
But bear with me.
Literally.
There have been no time skips. All of the rules of basic logic, barring what abilities people have, still holds. Gravity still goes downwards. Nobody suddenly sprouts wings unless you turn into a bird or something, etc., etc. So you do seem to have like a pretty... Well, I guess technically that would change if your reality was entire...
The only magic that I ever done seen back when I was at my ma and pa's was when I caught them. Anyways.
But you can cast magic, kind of.
No.
Yeah, you do that thing that makes people feel better.
Yeah, that's called a compliment.
That's as great as they may feel. It's not magic, Burberry.
But I mean, like, physically better. What was it? Welcoming? Oh. Like it gave them ability to get hit harder for longer.
Southern hospitality.
That's what Kat's talking about.
That's all it is.
Free doesn't know it has a name.
Compliment.
Does it have a name? I think it's just
nice place to sit your tush.
If you're talking about my fey gift, that's just me being gifted in my tongue to be able to come up with a quick compliment for everybody. Keeps everybody feeling nice.
So let me get this straight. In the dream, you're part fey. Are you also part fey in reality?
I don't know. I never really got skilled with that till after I walked through the forest for a bit. Which, now that I think, that's probably when I started dreaming. And walking through a forest and losing 5 years, that just don't make sense.
It's called a coma.
That's a good theory. This is a pretty absurd set of circumstances to find yourself in. I'll grant you that, Barnaby.
Well, I'm just glad that
you're... fucker's gonna convince y'all this is a whole fucking dream.
Well, you're half right on my part.
Honestly, my dreams are usually way less coherent than this. It's like I'm a boat, and then everything is upside down, and then everything is...
And then suddenly you turn into someone else?
Right, and then, well, that's normal. But, regardless, I don't know how you got this stuck in your head, Barnaby, but...
Armaor just had a wake-up call.
It's more having a epiphany or what's the word? It's not a conspiracy theory. I mean, it's kind of a conspiracy theory, but it's not quite as organized a group thinking. Anyway, basically, as long as you treat your dream as your current reality and don't try and hop into another dream, we'll be fine. Because I, for one, would hate to cease to exist if I am just a figment of your imagination.
Well, I will admit, all y'all has been a very interesting dream.
Well,
all right.
I'm probably going to stay for as long as I can sleep, because I don't want Mom to get mad. Well, I guess I should say she's already mad, but I don't want to wake up with her mad.
You don't want to go home?
Well, not while she's mad, although she's always mad.
You still didn't answer my question. Once we finish off this creature that killed your father, do you want to go home after that?
No, I want to go get some more stories in the book.
That you won't remember when you wake up.
I mean, I might.
That's true. I never remember my dreams.
Nope.
Except for the terrible ones. Let's go to the temple.
Burberry will, pat you on the shoulder.
Okay. So y'all wrap up at the Minor Frog. Barkeep waves you guys goodbye as you head out, make your way to the town square, and across the glowing light of the planar anchor on the ground beneath you to the Temple of Miga Misericordia.
As they travel, I'm just going to say one sentence and stop there and say, so if this is a dream, does that mean you just went through your frog phase?
Wait, what?
Okay. Anyways. Inside, Alora and Barnaby, you find, again, Sister Lathana tending to the temple, as she does. There are a handful of people in today, currently kneeling in the front few rows of the pews, quietly praying. And Lathana is just kind of sweeping the annex right there as you guys walk in. Just, welcome back. Oh my God, you're back. And your friends are back. Oh my goodness. And there are instantly tears in the eyes. Just like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be getting emotional. That usually doesn't happen.
Has this ever happened?
Not nearly enough.
Like ever? But can you recall a time where it did?
I mean, there was there's been a handful of people over the years who've come back. Paul Reagan was probably the worst story. If anyone, he said he was out there for a month before he was saved somehow, miraculously. But usually folk who head inland, as I told your friends here, they don't usually come back.
Sorry, your name was?
Pardon. I'm Sister Lathana.
Sister Lathana.
And she looks
Noelle,
into hands.
it's nice to meet you.
This is an elven woman, predominantly like kind of dark, almost like a blue-black coloration to her skin, with like a handful of like kind of piebald speckles here and there. She'll kind of go down the line and introduce herself to John and Burberry. And getting to Burberry, she'll say, "Oh, brother, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance as well."
He does like a little half bow. He doesn't try and shake her hand or anything.
Sure. She'll return the gesture.
No. That's a full bow.
Oh, okay.
That would take
How
a
do
lot
you
more.
bow? You
arms
must
strength.
have very good balance.
But it's funny. So if you're paying close attention now that you know, like whenever he bows, you see like the back rocks backwards to like counterbalance.
I was gonna
the
say it'd be
top.
like a curtsy almost more or something. Anyway.
But yeah, Lathana introduces herself, greets you all, and just kind of stows the broom against the wall. Well, since you're here, is there something else I can help with you with? Do you need to see the archive again?
We had a bit more of a.
You have an archive?
Oh
As
boy.
Most temples do. Yes.
Right. Sorry. It's just some of the ones that I visited have not been quite as well stocked. I mean,
I mean, it's not a large one, although your friends did seem very excited by one scroll we found.
Well,
So I'm
if
glad that was of use, I guess.
if
Was
you
it
would be
useful?
alright with it, I would love to go and look at it myself.
Of course, brother. It's at your disposal.
So I think Burberry yeets harder than you expected, like just.
Sure, yeah. Archive is in a pretty familiar portion of the temple. Most of these places are laid out very similar sort of floor plan. So you make your way over, and it is probably like a 10 by 20 hall with just rows and rows of shelves containing various tomes and scrolls of yesteryear.
Burberry will take 5 minutes to swap.
Okay.
And
a lot of rustling under the cloak.
Cartoonish, like.
There's a solid 30 seconds where a hand is holding the mask and hat in place through the collar, and then a second hand comes up, grabs it, and
Yeah.
All right. So.
And I would like to look for things on my condition, things on the critter that we went up against, and things regarding. And I know that Aloran already did this, but Burberry's kind of,
Yeah, sure.
wasn't there, so he'll also be looking for stuff on the Shadowfell.
Okay. Investigation check.
Can I do each of those separately?
What was the first one?
I rolled a 3, so 5.
Okay.
I mean, in fairness, Lauren already looked for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, you would be able to find the Black Scroll, the account of Miraneros, since you have that description from Aloran and them. So you could read it for yourself. Not going to be much more gleaned from it, but looking for what the first thing was looking for things on the creature.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to find much documented in here. Second thing was your condition. Right, and then the Shadowfell. So yeah, go ahead and roll for those two.
Oh god. Not that it's much better, but yeah, better. That's a 9.
9,
And
yeah.
then the last one was a 21.
21. Okay.
Okay, stop staying in the cooking section.
This searching process, I think, probably takes you a couple hours at minimum. And for the most part, you're not finding a lot. There's a lot of texts in here that are familiar to you. Duplicates of kind of staple conclave writings. With a 21, though, I think that in the course of your research, you sort of start to get. I mean, you're probably. I think you're still exhausted technically, right? Like you had 2 points, so you still got the one.
Oh.
You're still got kind of
No,
bleary eyed.
I'm out of I only got 1 point of exhaustion during that long trek, and I got rid of for the thing, so I'm good.
Okay, well, whatever. It's been a long few days. Exhaustion or no, you probably just start kind of just reading just absently. Not really searching intensively.
It would probably help if Burberry woke up off of the chair.
Maybe. But in the course of these sort of mindless scannings of scrolls, there is a small snippet that jumps out at you. There's no author listed, and this does not look to be like a formal scroll. This is sort of like almost like just absent notes someone was taking. Kind of chicken scratch, hard to read. Some cross out letters. And what it says, or what it muses on, really, is on the nature of divine power and miracles. And they're just sort of shooting the shit, speculating. Clerics are imbued with divine power by the gods. They have so much energy in a day that they can expend before they need to rest. The gods, meanwhile, are limitless, and this is curious. Are there limits to their power? You know, can we infer any limits from, you know, the historical accounts of their conversations with us? And he lists a few texts. It's like a kind of a rough thesis statement almost, like he's brainstorming before like a big project. And he references a few chronicles of Kalal. He references some stuff said by Miga, and he points out, he makes a pretty cogent observation that the gods do not seem to be bound in the same way that we are by this daily expenditure, but they do seem to be bound in the same way as we are in terms of their focus. Any protracted act of God does seem to require some measure of their attention. And he theorizes that should a god's attention be stretched too thinly, it is possible that some of their sustained miracles may falter. He doesn't have any proof of this, he doesn't have any examples that he can point out to, but he does theorize that there are limits to how many things a god can be paying attention to at once. How many things they can be concentrating on at once. And the scroll concludes with a handful of much cleaner lines. They're just like, this could be something. Be sure to show this to Tyrion next time he's in town. And then he just scrolls it up.
Okay. When was this book written?
There's no date. There's no name. This
no
is just like
name?
No. This guy did not sign shit. It like this is the most like absent like chicken scratch, like I have a thought at 2 a.m. and I'm gonna write this down before I forget it kind of thing. And it like the longer he went, the more crooked and janky the handwriting got. Like this was.
Okay, but you said the guy who he's
just
gonna
buried.
talk to, his name was Tyrion?
Yeah, Terian.
How common of a name is Tyrion?
Give me a history check.
Oh boy. 17.
17. It sounds elvish to you. Which could be a good thing. They live a long time. Maybe he's still alive. You've never met anyone named Tyrion. That could also be useful. I mean, maybe there's something there.
Hey, I guess I'll be taking this book up to the front to ask questions. You guys do the thing that you were doing while
it's a real narrow little scroll, like just bare, like a spare piece of parchment this guy rolled up on a dowel.
That's fine, because even if you added music, that means Somebody looked into it at some point.
Yeah. So, while Burberry is in the archive researching things,
When Burberry comes back out,
You
we've
guys-
already gone off to fight the monster.
yeah, Burberry. Lithana.
I
is
mean,
still
I'm
at your
okay
disposal.
with that.
That's true.
Yeah, have fun, guys. You'll do fine without your cleric.
Yeah, Sister Lithana, I guess you've probably inferred at this point that me and our friend that just bailed, and John here did actually escape the Shadowfell.
Yes, I gathered that was likely. I mean, you're here.
Yeah.
Your friends said that you were trapped out there, and I wasn't really able to help much, I don't think. But I am very glad to see you alive.
Yeah, back
Well,
thanks to Noel's flying skills.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure how that was all going to play out. We found this. That's a long story. We found an old ship that can travel through planes. We were very lucky.
really?
It doesn't work anymore.
Oh. I was about to say that's a very rare find.
Yeah, sure would have been useful. But it broke before we could even, try to use it for anything else.
I mean, they got you back. I'd say that's
Yeah.
a
Anyway,
miracle.
it's neither here nor there. I just wanted to get some information and possibly pitch an idea to you. We have had a first-hand encounter with the creature that we think either runs or propagates or just exists in this shadow plane. And we know from our friend Aloran's research in that dark book you have in your archives that this creature was very unhappy with the conjunction that was performed here. Or at least there seemed to be a correlation there.
Yes, I recall.
And I was just going to say that we feel somewhat responsible for the other people that were lost to this shipwreck. And we would love to try and help them in any way we can. So we've been spitballing ideas back and forth, and one that came up was perhaps trying to fake another conjunction to lure the creature out and kill it once and for all.
Fake a conjunction.
Try and trick it.
That would be an undertaking.
Do you know what all would go into that? I don't know much about the process. It looks like a lot, but
Well, I mean, the anchor outside is a testament to the work that goes into it, but it certainly doesn't convey the full breadth of the project. It is a substantial undertaking. Thousands of pounds of rare minerals are required to fuel the spell to begin with. Tens of thousands worth of gold. And on top of that, you need a small army of either capable clerics or magisters, or anyone versed in magic, really, to sustain the ritual over the course of, I believe it's an 8-hour affair. Extremely taxing and draining.
Well, the thing is we wouldn't technically need all that stuff. We could just get barrels.
yes.
They could just be empty barrels that look like we're preparing for one. And we
That's-
have like a campsite out there where it's going to be like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, I remember seeing stuff like this before.
Mhm.
And then it's going to try to stop it before we even start it.
That's my thinking. We just have to be convincing. It would be an undertaking if it requires that many people, but it doesn't sound impossible to trick a ancient creature.
You make it sound so easy. I mean, I suppose it's plausible. Where would you want to hold such a conjunction?
I think it would make sense that tower by the beach,
I was thinking,
somewhere by there.
Yeah, like maybe
Fool's
just
End.
a little further south of Fool's End or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're trying to extend our, our range basically.
Interesting. Well, the only thing I don't know myself is the exact formulation for the circle to be drawn when the spell is cast. As I said, the plaza does not do the ritual justice. What you see is only the broadest strokes of the.
We could kind of measure it and make like stakes or something to kind of outline where we want it to go. Because like if it sees that circle, it sees a ton of barrels and stuff, like it's gonna have a pretty decent idea of what's going on, I think.
Incidentally, if it can't get to this, it doesn't have the ability to traverse this area of the island, we could just copy this other circle one for one. Like, we're not casting an actual spell, and it's probably going to be a convincing enough rune.
I'll say give me a persuasion check at this point. Because
Okay.
you look like you can see wheels turning.
Does Noelle get advantage since I've been like trying to help convince?
Sure. Not that she needs it, but sure.
Yeah.
Persuasion?
Okay, I have been helping.
I would like to buy 10 of your most empty barrels.
24.
Yeah. She is tracking what you're saying. And she definitely seems more than intrigued, almost invigorated by the idea. We're going to need a lot of people to pull this off convincingly. But if we do, are you sure that you can kill this thing?
I think so. We'll have help because there will be people there too.
Noelle, whether she's inside or not, Noelle definitely faltered for a second when she asked that question. So I'm glad Lauren chimed in.
Sure. I must say it's the first time I've ever heard the idea, but it sounds worth a shot at the very least. I mean, if this thing could be tricked and lured out into the open, that would be great. We could finally be rid of this thing. I have a couple messages I can send, and after that, we could probably start getting materials together.
Thankfully, there's not a huge... we are trying to be as quick as we can, but we're still pretty tired from our
of course,
journey,
of
so
course. I mean,
we're not rushing out the door or anything.
It's a big ritual, legitimate or not. We'll definitely need a decent amount of supplies to sell this. I'll talk to some people, see what I can get together. I'm not sure I would know who to ask to join us, though. That there's not many of us here at the temple, and I'm not sure that I'm really comfortable leaving it unattended myself for an extended period of time. But
we could see if we can scrounge it, because that whole ship came back that was searching for people. So we could go there.
You could talk to some people in the military, maybe, and see if they might be willing to pose as clerics for us.
worth a shot.
I mean, if you have any connections to actual spellcasters, clerics, people who know a little bit about magic, even if they're not, adept necessarily, the more convincing we can make this, the better.
I mean, there's me and one other acolyte in the temple who is, in the past year, come into his prowess. It's very exciting for him. But, I mean, beyond us, there's no one else here. And I don't know anyone on the island who is particularly adept magically. Who's not with the Navy, at least.
Well, we could start.
Well, then we go to the Navy.
Asking there. At least pitch the idea. We'll see.
I hope you're able to find someone. I do. I think this idea has some real promise.
I know who to talk to.
Smash cut to the military base.
So,
I know just the
this
one.
conversation would probably not wrap up by the time Burberry is finished researching, but if you guys want
that's fine. I have an extra thing that I wanted to look for anyway.
That's fair. Let Burberry know where you're going. Head out to the base. I think this is a good spot to take our break.
Okay.
We can reconvene in about 10 minutes and see what the Army's got to say. The Navy.
Sounds good.
Can I add a 19 to my search for this conjunction circle design?
The formula?
Yeah.
So, Burberry, I can tell you without actually needing you to roll, because you would know this, the exact formulation of the ritual itself is a very carefully guarded matter. The Conclave does not even hold possession of it anymore.
I just meant the one that was drawn in the thing, not the full spell.
Oh, the one out front?
Yeah. To refer back to.
Okay. With a 19, sure. I'd say you'd probably find somebody made a sketch at some point of the plaza and the circle that remained. But as a brother of the Conclave, you would know the actual spell and all of formulas that are written along the circle and all the many shapes inside of it. Carefully guarded by the ruling authorities of the United States of Life.
I mean, that makes sense. You wouldn't want just anybody conjuncting people to...
Wait, is the conjunction?
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, okay, I see.
If Randos could just conjunct any old plane to Vergos on a whim, that would be not great for everyone.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we just started a cool new cult to Satan. Would you like to join?
I found this guy named Koron. He seemed neat.
Yeah. So,
Join our order and get 20 gold. Ooh.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll take our break here and be back in 10.
Okie doke. live. Continue.
So, picking up where we left off, the party, for the most part, is leaving the temple. Burberry is remaining to finish their research. Over the break, Clark mentioned wanting to do some shopping, get some equipment, and also look into potential magic items. And Barnaby had a question for Noelle.
Yes.
So we're like walking over to the...
Yeah, so on your way.
I did have a question for you, Noelle.
Mm-hmm.
Being that you were the one that you said you drove the ship, right?
Yeah, if you could call that driving.
What was it like? Kind of a ship, like real detail.
It was big and metal and had a wooden deck, like 3 floors. Kind of a classic ship steering wheel, I guess. It was in this kind of upper elevated captain's area with these windows that were totally blown out. Why do you ask?
I was curious what that ship actually was like. I'd gone to it earlier a while back, but I decided against it without anybody telling me. So I was curious what was all in there, because I got a message from a shrimp man when I got close to it.
A message from a shrimp man?
Yeah, he offered me, said I could turn into a shrimp if I really wanted to. So
Gotta roll an insight check on that. I'm not even trying to determine if he's lying. I'm just wanting to discern what the hell that means.
Sure.
That's a 20 total.
20 total, yeah. Barnaby, please explain.
he's just trying to get an idea if there was anything like that shrimp man that was in there.
I don't know what a shrimp man is, but I know what a shrimp is, and I didn't see any in there. Although we did see a lot of gunpowder, which I thought could be something you might be able to use. Although the area...
You didn't grab any, did you?
I didn't grab any. Although I did get this tool thingy. I'll take out the multi-tool.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can use this, but we sure couldn't. I'll hand it to you.
So about that ship, because technically we found that ship in this plane too, so it might still be there.
Well, not anymore.
Yeah, Noelle, you would recall it is currently under the ship that you piloted back to the material
Which is
plane.
really
and dropped
confusing.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. That was my
I think
backup plan for Shadowfell.
Yeah, I think both ships are
pretty banged up.
yeah.
I think you could say the one we brought in was Shadow Fallen.
It's Shadowfell.
Alright, I'm not technically there. I'll shush.
Yeah, there wasn't anyone there. I mean, there was like some zombies and stuff that we had to kill, but and then the hippo man. But no shrimp person.
Hippos, but no shrimp.
Did you talk to this person, Barnaby?
I chased after him. That's how I found the boat. He kept on looking at me from afar, so I chased him for a bit. And he got me to that boat.
Is this...
Well, he said he wasn't directly with the boat, but I figured if he brought me to the boat, he might as well know more about it.
Have you talked to him since?
No, he said that I could talk to him whenever, though. But I figure I don't really want to turn into a shrimp right now, so I don't really want to talk to him too much.
It wouldn't really matter that much if you're in a dream.
Well, what if it's one of those where you turn into the shrimp and then that's the rest of the dream? As fun as that would be, I don't want that to be the rest of my dream.
Do you know anything like, was this a person who lives here on the island, or like where?
He had a cloak on him, and I couldn't really make out his face.
And have you ever seen them anywhere else besides here?
I'll see out there.
Out of where?
Where we were before.
Beryl?
I believe so. Basically, not in civilization.
Oh, like only in the forest, I see.
Yes.
Can I say that this guy kind of sounds like the person that gave the hags their thing? Anyways, that's all I had to say.
The hags, their thing? Which
Yeah,
which
that
thing?
gave them the spell. That gave them the spell to capture the gatekeeper.
Oh shit, that guy.
It just kind of reminds me because you can't find him, but he finds you
That's an
and then
interesting
helps you.
parallel.
So, anyways,
It's a good
that's all
catch.
No big deal. Wisdom dropped. Back to Rob.
I am not against
Boom.
this theory. I forget what his nickname. It was like the shit. I don't remember. It was very long. It's like a whole sentence.
Yeah, I don't remember what he was called either, but that's just kind of what I get from that vibe.
Well,
Interesting.
kind of wrapping this up, I guess I'd say Barnaby. I don't know what exactly this is about, but
The gate breaker.
oh right, it was like the breaker of the gate or something. It was like a title.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what all this is about, Barnaby, with this person, but if you think they're someone who is helpful, benevolent, we could certainly use as much help as possible with what we're about to do.
I'm not sure if they're that or not quite yet.
Could be worth finding out. Or it could have just been an illusion from the horrible nightmare creature that lives in the woods.
Come to my boat, Barnaby. Yum yum.
I don't know. All they showed me was just waking up from my dream, so I don't know what you're talking about there.
It's a good point. Also, you said you saw them in other forests. Yeah. Maybe you should try and reach out, Barnaby. Give it a shot.
Barnaby's just gonna squint his eyes closed real tight and just say out loud, "Hey, Shrimp Man, you want to talk for a bit?"
I will grab Barnaby's shoulders and I'll turn him toward the nearest forest.
Yeah, just kind of like gently rising up in the distance. You can see the misty forests on the mountains of Monty Pond. Barnaby, however, receives no response.
Okay.
Shrimp Man don't want to talk right now.
No, maybe we can get closer to the woods sometime and try it.
So,
Also,
to
what
the
is
village.
this that you gave me?
Oh, it was just some tool Burberry tried. It's like magical. It actually is magical, but none of us knew how to use it. You have to have some kind of level of mechanical knowledge that we don't have. And I don't know, you made that gun, so maybe you can use it.
Interesting. He's just kind of poking over it. I'll have to look at this further.
Sure.
Thank you.
all these twisty dials and switches and knobs on it, like everything you touch makes it change the shape of the head. Like, very, very complex little machine, but intriguing.
Forgot this part here. You bop it right here.
Oh, look.
It goes through your hand.
You twist it on that end. That's
Yep,
actually how
yep.
we killed time in the Shadowfell. Just played Bop It.
Oh, slap it. Oh, I hit bop it. Dang it.
So, in the meanwhile, John wanted to go get some equipment. As I said during the break, mundane equipment is readily available. This island has a military base and smiths to supply it with arms. So, whatever you need on that front, you can definitely get pretty readily. Regarding magic, that would require a more specialized dealer. So I'll say,
You wanted me to make a perception check?
yeah, no, persuasion
check.
check. Because you're asking around looking for this guy.
That will be a 17.
17. Okay.
15 plus 2.
Talking to the street kids, I believe, was your plan here.
Using my street slang.
Yeah. First couple of kids you run into. What the fuck was that? Whatever.
Something on your table.
Yeah. First couple kids you talk to don't really seem to be actual street kids. They seem to be kind of posers, just like hanging out in an alley, like just cussing a lot, kicking stuff around. The next kid you find, however, proves himself to be a much more savvy little individual. And when you start kind of broaching the subject of magic, his eyes kind of narrow. He kind of like leans back, looks up at you, says, "What exactly are you looking for, mister?"
I'm looking for the magic broker. I'm sure somebody on the streets knows where he is.
It might. What do you need him for?
I need some better equipment for killing shit.
Killing shit.
I
Kind of
pull out.
glance over you.
I pull out my my new glaive, the one that I got from the ship.
Yeah, the rusty ancient halberd.
Unfortunately, this is all I'm working with right now.
It's fancy looking.
I preferred my old one.
Yeah, I might know a guy who knows a guy.
Can I take out one of the gems that I have? It's worth 10 gold, and just kind of like flick it through my fingers. You know, like that coin thing that you do.
Yeah. The kid seems unfazed. He kind of like looks at you, like crosses his arms. He doesn't react much, but he keeps watching.
Can I take a second one out? Can I do both of them? Can I do second one and do it both at the same time?
Okay, he'll cock an eyebrow. You have his interest.
And who might I talk to find out the precise location?
It's not really how this works. You want a meeting? I might could set one up for you.
And
Lauren's like, this guy's shady now.
This kid's
he's
like
gonna
7. He's got like this like just mop top and like freckles and like 2 missing front teeth. I might could set one up for you.
Can I roll insight on this kid? For the sake of...
you've been there.
I don't know if you're there.
Oh, that's
Because we were walking to the
Oh
military
yeah,
base.
John just wandered off.
Oh, okay. No,
Found this kid down an alley.
You're on your own, man.
He looks from your 2 gems in your hand down to your pocket where you've been pulling them out of. It's gonna cost you a little more than that, though, my guy.
You're being played.
This time I pull out the axe. And I'm like, how much more?
Oh, geez, mister, I don't know nothing about that. Oh, John! Just running. This man's got an axe! He's gone.
I'll try to look for some older street kids.
Instead of 7-year-olds.
You know, like the permanent street kids.
Street rat.
13, 14.
I'll say give me another investigation check.
Investigation?
Yeah. Looking for something specific.
Oh yeah, my +0, and that's gonna do wonders.
Mm.
An 11.
11. Yeah, it's funny. There's not a ton of like homeless kids on this island. And asking around,
everywhere.
Asking around, it turns out a lot of the kids who end up orphaned in any way end up getting taken in by the Navy base, and
Guess I
Just
should have
sort
gone to
of
the Navy base in the first place.
informally adopted as sailors in the Navy.
I guess
So-
before I hit the Navy base, is there any, like, I don't know, smith shops around? I probably know where the magic cooler is.
I mean, like I said, there's smiths around.
I mean, like,
Ask-
directly around me right now.
Directly around you, yeah. I mean, you could find one pretty readily. You like walk back down the street, and like there's a fucking black smoking chimney stack, just down the street, a few blocks. You follow it, and there's a workshop there.
I guess I head in.
Okay. So the proprietor, he's directing, the guys hammering on the anvils, and turns back to you. It's just this kind of middle-aged, broad-shouldered older man. He says, "What can I do for you, sir?"
I need a rapier, and
Okay.
do you happen to know where I could get a magic shield?
Magic shit. No.
Okay, is there anyone in town that deals with magic items?
I mean, look, that is well and above anything we work on here. If you're looking for magic, like, you go talk to the Navy, man.
Dear God, apparently I should have just headed to the Navy.
You're gonna want to talk to Timmy. He hangs out in that alley over there.
Is this town just literally a Navy base? Is that all it is?
It
There's
is
just no
predominantly a
free
naval town. Yes, the town exists to serve this Navy installation.
Jesus.
So,
I want a rapier and head off to the military base.
yeah, sure, rapier, 25 gold, I think.
So,
Let me double check that.
I think so.
Yeah, that sounds right. Gives money runs away.
Yeah, that's fine. Weapons, rapier is 25.
And it's 1d8, right?
Yep, finesse.
Anything else other than just 1d8 finesse?
For rapier, no, that's it.
And what's the weight?
2 pounds.
Yeah.
It's light.
Alrighty. I've got a rapier now. I'm gonna put my glaive into my 4th position because I don't have my glaive no more.
You got a halberd.
We'll get you a glaive.
Do you want a glaive? We got glaives.
No, I chose a rapier specifically so that I can also get a shield, and since it's finesse, so that once I eventually multi-class into rogue, it'll work with some attack.
Gotcha. Well, anything else from the smith?
Nope, that was all needed. Since
All
apparently
right.
nobody knows shit around here.
I don't know what you want from this guy. Good luck. Just go back to smithing. So, heading to Fort Bounty, catching back up with the rest of the party, John. As you guys approach this complex of buildings, Lauren and Barnaby are definitely going to be recognized by the guards at the front gate, and they are going to immediately clock you and start, closing in. It's like, hey, we were waiting for you to come back. Admiral really wants to see you guys and thank you for everything. Are you? I assume if you're here, you're available. You're free.
Yeah.
Yeah, just follow me. Same place as last time. As they are leading you across the compound, there are clusters of sailors here and there in the base who recognize you guys from the ship, a handful of faces who recognize you from the Medora. You recognize them, so, similarly familiar faces, and everyone that you pass is immediately just like, oh my god, thank you, like, thank you for looking for us, thank you for helping us, thank you for doing what you were doing on the ship, like, just a constant stream of gratitude from these people. A few smatterings of applause as you walk by. Some people just kind of make eye contact, nod approvingly, and they just start the slow clap. You guys make your way into the Admiralty's office, and right there, like in that central hall, you guys don't even make it upstairs. There's already like a decent cluster of people in here. Many of them sailors from the Medora. It looks like they are sort of in the midst of a pretty intensive conversation with all of them and the two admirals, as well as a third figure who I don't think you guys saw previously. There's a taller Vidalcan gentleman, this blue sort of amphibious skin, kind of a squashed face, kind of bulging, heavily lidded eyes. Not an uncommon sight in your village, Lauren. These people, these are aquatic folk, but they are much taller and more, I guess, frog-like than Tritons in their sort of builds. This guy is kind of decked out in the same sort of admiral regalia. This looks like a senior officer of some kind, although he does seem to be in a more subordinate rank to the two, the Goliath and the brilliant green-scaled dragonborn woman. As soon as you guys all step in, it goes quiet, and everyone turns to see you all. And after a moment, it all just fucking breaks loose at once. Just a smattering of voices, shouting, cheering. You kind of moshed almost, this like swarm of gaunt, sunburned, decrepit looking sailors just kind of like press in on you, all cheering and like reaching out for you. And you will recognize there is in their number the first mate Rebecca, who kind of pushes through the crowd towards you all and just kind of puts a hand on each of your shoulders, that she can reach. Just like, thank you guys so much. I don't think we would have made it if it weren't for all of you.
I don't know what I did, but you're welcome.
I mean, you told Admiral Elankali we needed help, rescue.
I guess I did do
that.
No, well, you're like, I guess I did that.
There was that. At which point, Admiral Elankali, this very towering Goliath woman, kind of calls out, it's like, if we could settle down, please, everyone. And the din sort of quiets. The group sort of parts and makes room for you guys to approach the three senior officers at the back of the hall. Admiral Elankali will step up to you all and she'll say, we're waiting for you guys to show your faces. We heard that you had sort of broken off pretty quickly after getting back to shore. Seemed like you might need a moment to yourselves. I'm glad you came back. These are your friends.
One of them. The other two are off having fun.
Oh, is Burberry and John not with us, or no?
John would be. John would have caught up.
I was like, there should be the moment
okay.
John walks in.
Yeah. Yeah, John walks through this door, and you see this Goliath woman who is taller even than you. And,
Dang.
like, you two, like, lock eyes for a moment. Hello?
Love at first sight.
Hi, I'm John.
This is one of our friends.
John.
I was out getting absolutely no information on what I was looking for.
Admiral Elankali, she'll extend a hand to you.
Hi. John will shake her hand firmly.
It's a pleasure to meet the two of you. I've already met your friends here, Barnaby.
It's okay. It's
Only been-
not the first time that's happened.
Burnaby.
Lauren, pardon. I'm sorry. Please, no, come in. I was just saying, we here at Fort Bounty are indebted to your actions on the Medora. I don't think as many people as survived would have if it weren't for you. We would have had no idea to even go looking. So, on behalf of the Eastern Alliance Navy, she kind of glances back, and she sees the Emerald Dragonborn just sort of like arms crossed, like watching intently, and the Goliath flushes for a moment and just will hand the proceedings over to the Vice Admiral. She'll kind of step back. The Dragonborn steps forward. On behalf of the Eastern Alliance Navy, we would like to recognize your valiant efforts aboard the Medora with this small cash reward. She will gesture over to a side table where a series of heavy leather pouches, clearly laden with coin, are sitting, as well as the highest honor the Navy, well, second highest, I should say, that the Navy can bestow, a East Alliance Naval Star. She will hold up a handful of medals that she is actually on hand, ready for you guys.
Oh.
You have saved a great many lives with your actions, and I think it only fitting.
It's a Eastern Alliance medal.
Naval Star.
Noelle was not expecting to be at an award ceremony all of a sudden. She like wiped some butter off her shirt.
Fixing our clothes real quick. Okay. We're
You'll forgive the informality of these proceedings, but we are operating on very short notice. When we heard that you were all arrived with the surviving crew of the Medora, I felt it only fitting. You were properly awarded for your efforts. I am given to understand that you have survived quite an ordeal on the island itself as well, to which you should be commended. Very few people, if any, ever return from the island's depths.
Well, thank you. I don't think any of us were prepared to walk into this, but we appreciate it regardless.
Well, it is the least we can do given the circumstances. So, to each of you, this medal. She will hand out these stars. And they're these silver stars on, like a red ribbon. Nothing terribly complicated. And the reward money, which she informs you is 300 gold pieces each.
Wow.
should join the Navy.
That's...
You should save the Navy more, is what you're hearing.
Yeah.
But
very generous. Thank you.
we also have a fifth allotment here for, I would assume, the friend who is not present. Correct?
Yeah. They'll probably head this way at some point.
If
they're researching.
If they don't show up, we can make sure it gets to them.
Whichever way you deem best. Well, I was in the midst of debriefing our sailors. You'll forgive me, I do need to get back to that. But if you have any further needs or requests, the Commodore is at your disposal. And she'll kind of gesture over to the Vidalcan figure, who will make his way over. And he'll extend a 3-fingered hand to each of you. Pleasure to make all your acquaintances. You're quite the heroes, it would seem.
Just to be
If there is
100
anything that I can help you with.
Sorry, just to be 100% sure. Does this guy have different facial? It look different than the Vidalcan, the one Vidalcan I've seen before in this campaign.
I mean, it's a different person.
Okay,
Clearly.
just
Yeah.
clarify. I've seen one Vidalcan, and he was a drug lab guy. So
drug lab guy.
Yeah.
No, this guy's wearing like full like naval regalia. He's got the fucking epaulets and the fucking like the braid that goes under the arm. Like he's decked out, much more respectable looking than fucking drug lab in a warehouse.
Yeah.
Fucking robes guy.
Chemist was probably the word I should have used.
Chemist, yeah. So Commodore Sidden.
Sidden?
At your disposal. Sidden.
Commodore.
And he'll kind of lead you off to the side into a meeting chamber.
DDN?
You guys can... Sidden.
EN, okay. So we're just in like his office or whatever?
Not even his office. It's just like a meeting room
Oh.
that he's led you guys into
Well,
to let the admirals finish what they were doing.
we actually did come here with a few purposes. I don't know if John wants to get his out of the way first, because I think his is pretty simple.
He'll turn to you, John. Have I seen you somewhere before? He kind of squints at you.
John?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Have we seen each other before? Crap, I totally forgot where I even come from.
Forgive me. You have a very familiar sort of face to you.
That,
You had
that's the first time I've heard that.
I mean, you're very distinctive, but it's also, I'm not sure how to place it. Again, apologize. You had a request.
Oh, I'm just trying to find out where I can get a magic item. Like, apparently no one in town knows anything.
We would be responsible for working with the crafters living on the island, would be why. Do you need something commissions specifically? I
just
think
need a
we could
magic
probably arrange that, considering the service you've done for the Navy.
I'm willing to pay. I just need a magic shield.
Of course,
I lost my primary weapon, and I'm switching it up a little bit so I can get a little bit more defensive.
A shield. Was that all you were looking for? Just a shield?
Yep, just a +1 shield.
Okay. I can put in a request. Something of that nature will probably take a little while to finish, but shouldn't cost more than a few hundred gold pieces.
That's fine.
All right. Well, easily done.
Thank you.
How long will that take?
I am not usually the direct liaison with our enchanters, but a week or two at most, I would think, for something of that level.
Okay. I'm not sure how long we're going to be here, but I guess it depends on this next question.
I'm sure worst case we can take a
Yeah.
break for a week until it shows up.
Barnaby is still waiting on a commission for flying boots from Farrell, so there's that.
Is that not? Would those not be done timeline-wise at this point, or no?
Those were commissions.
Because there was like
Actually, I wrote
4
that.
days on the boat, and then it's like 4 or 5 days since we
It's
got
been
here.
less than a week since you guys left Farrell.
Yeah, it's like 9 days or something.
Yeah, they
feels like
definitely
fun.
they wouldn't be done. They wouldn't be done yet.
Okay.
The 42nd was when you commissioned those, and it is the 52nd. So it's been 10 days exactly.
Oh.
So those are in downtime. So this would take about 2 weeks.
Okay.
I assume 2
I get-
Vergosian weeks.
If I get this, it'll raise my AC to 19. So.
Nice. So, second thing we were here to talk about. Me and our friend who's not here, Burberry, and John here, we're stuck in the Shadowfell for the past 4 days. We were incredibly lucky and we managed to find a way back out with this strange interplanar ship we stumbled across.
An interplanar ship.
Lost deep in the forest.
Really?
It was run by some kind of hippo people.
Yes, and
He seems
there were zombies.
very interested by this. He'll actually start reaching, like digging around in the pocket, and, like pull out like a little pad and paper. Could you describe this for me, if you don't mind?
It was a big metal boat.
I mean, we
Okay.
literally.
So
walked
yeah,
across
no,
the
you
road
so
where we could-
how much are you willing to share with this guy? Because he is definitely intrigued by the prospect of a interplanar
I
traveling
have
ship.
no reason to distrust him.
Um,
I'll share everything I saw.
Okay, yeah.
Did we keep any of the documentation on this at all?
There's probably some. I did actually no. I kept the manual. That's in my bag. Here, there. Now you can find everything you want. I'll probably want that back, but you can take a look through it if you want.
His eyes will light up at the sight of that, and he will very gladly take hold of that.
I was gonna say probably have
Fascinating.
comprehend language spell at some point. So.
Yes, it's not legible to any of our group.
I'm sure there is someone on base who can decrypt this.
Seems to be, I think, 2 different languages in there.
Yeah, if you
Was
flip
that
to
it?
the other side, there's a
He'll
different
flip
language.
it over. Well, I can read neither of these, but this is very interesting.
One of them spoke Necrol, or was that only because he was undead?
Primordial. I don't.
Primordial, that was.
Yeah, I don't think anyone spoke anything.
He kind of glances over his shoulder. I suppose I couldn't persuade you to part with this.
Well,
This would be a very valuable asset for the Eastern Alliance. They could
Oh, I
use
didn't read it.
this. We can find a way.
how about let's see how this meeting goes.
Can we get a copy of it, maybe? That way.
Table it. He'll just set it on the table then,
Fair.
between you two.
Not that I expect it to go poorly, but we had some thoughts about everything that's happened and a bit of perspective now that we've experienced the Shadowfell for ourselves. We, my friend Aloran here, found an old book in the temple that described interactions with the creature that resides within Shadowfell, as dark shadow entity that causes nightmares and fear in its victims, and presumably feeds off of it to some degree, kidnapping people, and, well, that's why people go missing, it seems like. And the documents we found indicate that this creature is tied to the Shadowfell in some way. Perhaps it's his domain, or this island was converted by him to some degree. We're not sure on the details. But we posit a couple of things from this text. One being that if this creature was no longer around, the tie to the Shadowfell on this island may very well reduce or diminish entirely. And second, this creature very much does not like conjunction. We want to avoid... Well, I'll just get right to it. We want to kill this thing. But we don't want to fight it on its terms. The Shadowfell is dangerous and deadly, and we were fortunate that we escaped with our lives. And I think you would be aware of how dangerous that place is. So if we can avoid it, we would like to. Which got us thinking about how to maybe draw it out. So I pitched the idea of perhaps faking a conjunction again.
Faking.
Right. Tricking the creature into thinking he's going to further lose his connection to this island.
Interesting.
Is that something that sounds doable? Has anything like that ever happened or been attempted before?
Well, in my time here at Fort Bounty, this has never been attempted. And to my understanding, such a deception has never been performed. At least no records here on base demonstrate as such. I am given to understand that there was some discussion with the Conclave about establishing additional anchors on the island. However, those talks typically fell by the wayside in favor of more pressing matters.
It does sound like
Honestly,
a conjunction is a big ordeal, a real one.
They are quite costly, I'm given to understand. I believe the last time the conversation even came up was with the previous administration prior to the last incursion. They haven't been talked about in over 50 years, so it's sort of dropped off the radar.
Well, we've learned a little bit.
Montauban is dangerous, but stable.
We've learned a little bit here and there, and I know it's a big undertaking, but there are still sailors out there lost to this creature who might still need our help. And if this even has a chance of succeeding, there is a lot of potential lives to be saved in the future, too.
It is an undertaking, for sure. Hypothetically, then, what do you envision for this ruse? Where do you plan to do it? What do you need to make this happen?
So we were thinking about doing it close to the Fool's End Tower. And we would need people to play the part as clerics. And we were going to set up like a mock copy of the original in a big circle and then have a bunch of like crates and barrels that will mimic the supplies needed to do the ritual.
Play the part as closely as possible, basically.
Yeah.
He'll start making notes in his little pad. Horses, wagons, mock supplies, to organize a supply train to actually appear as all conjunction is taking place, as well as presumably priests, robes, actors to play the part.
Anyone can do for that, as long as they are willing to fight if necessary.
So ideally folk with combat training. He'll kind of glance back into the room behind him, and you can see through the glass panes the crowd of sailors still deep in conversation.
Let's put them back in peril.
It is what they are paid to do.
Touche.
And I suppose your coming here to talk to us means that you are hoping the Navy can offer you some aid in this deception. Some or all of the required material here.
Yeah. We don't have connections on this island. We just have information.
You do have a good amount of goodwill. He will gesture to the medals. He'll look down at his notes. And I think the passive insights on the room are more than enough to see as he's kind of puzzling over this and like kind of chewing the tip of this pen. His eyes keep flitting back up to the engine manual sitting on the table. Eventually he just kind of keeps staring at it and then looks back to you, Noel, and just kind of just keeps his eyes like just eye contact.
I'll just slide it closer to him.
Huh?
I think I might be able to help you in that matter. He will reach a hand down on the manual and just slowly slide it back towards him.
Okay.
Flip through the pages with a little smile on his face. Roll it up. This could well be my admiralty. He'll just tuck it into his jacket.
Just don't forget about us when you're a big shot.
Also,
you will be at the front row of my promotion. I can assure you, the invitation.
That ship flew in the sky too. So.
Oh, I am very familiar with the workings of the plane ships. They are the envy of the world, and soon the Eastern Alliance will have its own fleet. Thanks.
That's amazing.
So, we'll get this deception underway. I'll talk to some folks.
I will
get
say,
some supplies together.
Before we go any further, if there is anyone here who actually has any level of holy magic, or any clerics, or anything like that, that might be able to just add some level of legitimacy. Me and my friends have our own magical capabilities, some of us, but I don't know if we can do this, if we can fake this with just our capabilities. We may need at least a little extra.
Well, there are a number of arcanists in the employ of the Navy here, Fort Bounty. Imagine we could probably risk a couple. As I said, I will need to have several conversations with several people in the immediate future, but I will absolutely be in touch. Where are you all staying?
That's a good
Nowhere right now.
Well, if you do need somewhere to stay, there are barracks available. They are not exactly the swankiest of lodgings, but they are at your disposal if you should need them. Otherwise, just make sure that I have your residence, your address, before you tuck in for the nights, just so I can get a hold of you once things are in order.
When we walked around town a bit, did I see any decent looking inns that I could just tell them we're staying at? Just they looked okay.
Yeah, the Hazelnut Inn was a tavern and inn joint, and it looked pretty presentable.
I saw a place called the Hazelnut Inn. I think we might try that one when we get out of here.
I am familiar. I can certainly find you there then.
Sounds good.
Well, this has been a very informative meeting. He will rise from his chair. I hope this works out.
Thank you for hearing us out, Commodore.
Of course, of course. Anything for the heroes of the day. He will open the door and sort of step back to allow you through. As you guys step back into the main hall, immediately sailors turn around, just like, yeah! It's the cheering and clapping starts again. The Dragonborn Admiral is just like, please, attention, please. And she'll turn to you. Like, is everything all well, everyone?
Yes, everything is fine.
When you're finished here, Admiral, I think we have a very important conversation in our near future. Ogo will just nod and say yes. Well, I again thank all of you for your service. You've saved many lives. And if there's anything else you need, again, the Commodore is at your disposal. And he will, again, bow. He'll show you to the door. As you guys go, Aloran.
Okay.
Actually, I think Noelle would probably notice too. I keep forgetting you guys have basically the same passive at this point.
We do? I thought Lauren had like a +9 or something.
She does. You've almost. Oh no, you're right. Okay, you'll be catching up to her
16.
later. Oh, 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a +9.
Yeah. So Aloran then. Excuse me. You will note again, as you guys are leaving, Admiral Ellen Kelly is standing back as the Commodore and O'Gill are both speaking, but she still has this weird, like semi-incredulous look on her face as she just can't break her gaze from John.
Gosh.
And this persists all the way to the point where you guys kind of walk out the building.
It's impossible. John
You
has
did
no
not.
backstory. There's no way there's
did
connection.
Not. John does have a backstory, and you did not. Oh my god.
Well, let's go. Nothing more to see
Anyways.
here at the naval base. Let's go to the honey
Also, Noel,
almond, whatever. What's it called?
did we literally
think-
just give the Eastern Alliance able to take over the entire world?
I don't know. We'll find out.
I think we might have just started the Empire.
That would be badass.
Quite the twist.
What was our in the honeysuckle something?
Hazelnut.
Hazelnut.
Just thinking Nutella.
I like the honeypot.
The Nutella.
The
That
honeypot.
sounds like a great place to stay.
I think when I leave, I'll mention that to John. Be like, that Goliath woman was like scaring you guys. Like, unbreakable eye contact. So,
It has nothing to do with me.
insight
She
check.
did stare at you quite a bit now that Alarn mentioned it.
Oh, I don't know anything. Okay. I rolled really low.
Anyways, Hazelnut Inn.
Yep.
Quite little place. It's a little bit run down. Could use a fresh coat of paint on the outside, but the inside is well furnished. Nice polished tables, thick plush carpeting. Like this looks like sort of like an old money sort of establishment. Not huge, but nice. And just not really frequented by like a ton of visitors. Montalban does have something of a reputation. The proprietor, another dragonborn, if the admiral with their sort of emerald green coloration was eye-catching, this woman, this dragonborn woman, is radiant. The scales running from her face, down into this very like old-timey formal gown. This like very stuffy, like rough collar, like puffy shoulders. The scales of her face have this almost opalescent sort of sheen to them. And she carries herself with just the most poise and grace you could possibly muster. As you all step in, her kind of withered face sort of catches the firelight. Her scales glistening. She looks at you all. Welcome to the Hazelnut Inn, my dears. Are we dining or staying the night?
We were looking for rooms. Also, I love your outfit.
Thank you, my dear. You are lovely. She looks over. You're like just grime-riddled fucking.
I'll wipe more butter off my shirt.
I very much appreciate the cut. So, rooms. How many?
Did Burberry ever join us? Where are they at?
I'll say, yeah, at this point, Burberry could probably reconnect with you guys on the way to the
Yeah.
Hazelnut.
Because, like, legitimately, my brain went, Burberry left before he figured out where we were going. I don't think he know where you guys went.
Well, Burberry.
Fucking
Did they go to the town
D and
square?
Fiat. You guys, for own convenience, yeah, you'll see each other in the square. And
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Burberry went to the town square, that's pretty easy.
yeah, it's not a huge town, so like most things are pretty close to the square. So yeah,
Yes.
How
How
many-
many
how many-
rooms do we want? Is that what the question was? I guess 5. Unless anyone wants to bunk up.
I don't mind bunking.
4.
4 rooms.
Somebody wants to bunk with a Lauren and have a sleepover.
Do you have a bed
I mean,
big enough for me?
I'd be game. No.
Okay, let's have a sleepover.
Sleepover with Burberry. So, a night here will run you.
Cat forgot something.
Oop.
Can she pick up a blank book?
Yeah. A blank book. It's like 10 gold.
Cool.
How big? I guess it could be cheaper if it's a smaller one.
I wanted about the same size as my journal.
Oh, like a journal. Okay, we'll say like 5 gold.
Cool. I was about to be concerned. I'm like, wait.
No, I'm thinking like a big ass, like a tome, like a spell book. No, okay. So 2 gold a night per room.
Let's do 2 nights, just for now.
All right. So, 4 golds per room, so 16 gold pieces in total.
Sure, I can get that.
Oh,
Alright, well, I can pitch in.
yeah, I pitched in my 4 gold.
Oh, okay. If we're just splitting it, that's fine too.
I'll pitch in.
Okay.
Yeah.
By the
I
way,
think we can just...
do you need anybody to repaint the outside of the inn here? Looks like it could be needed a retouch.
You know, we are looking into it. Once this year's fiscals have run their course, you know. Potentially in the next quarter, we may be looking to invest in our exterior facade. Hopefully. Passive insights in the room could be more than enough to notice this woman does seem slightly insecure at the mention of her fucking peeling paint job.
I was offering, like, as in to assist with it, not as in to.
Okay,
to, like,
John.
drive
I'll say. John, give me an insight check.
Okay. Wow, that is not going to happen.
Nope.
5 plus.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
2 or 7.
you pick up. There's some insecurity there about the paint thing. Kind of weird though. I mean, you just paid her. Like she could easily pay you to paint it, and it's weird. Weird old lady. Weird old dragonborn lady.
I do it. I was honestly just offering to keep busy.
Would you like anything to eat while you're here?
I mean...
Sure. Is it dinner time? What time is
I
it?
can eat. Yeah, well,
It's been like a couple hours since you guys had breakfast.
I think we're okay, but maybe this evening we'll come down to have something.
Wonderful. Very good to hear. Yes. Well, your keys, she'll hand them out to you. It's going to be up the stairs, and the first 4 on the right there. And you can look up at the balcony. It's kind of like this like old-timey kind of saloon setup where you got the 2 walkways and the doors lining. So she just kind of points to them all. And
I love those buildings. Yes. Thank you very much.
yes, of course, dears. And if you excuse me, I actually have some errands to run. And she'll, not really looking at John, she'll quickly grab like a basket, like a nice shawl, and just kind of button around her neck and just kind of scooch out the door. It's like hobbling.
She could go paint the exterior.
I have guests. They want dinner.
Is this just an old lady's house?
No, it's an inn.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's well kept inside. Like it's dusted, it's like polished, like it's clean. But
I think of it this
looking
way.
around, it's clear as day. You guys are the only ones staying here. There's not a soul in the main room, and there's no sound in this building. Now that this woman is gone.
Think of it this way. if we didn't have to stop by here, and we found out that this place within spitting distance of the Shadowfell and weird nightmare-eating creatures, I wouldn't want to be here either.
True.
Why are we here again?
We weren't supposed to be here. This was a stopover to Landor. But here we are. Also, Burberry, hi. How was your research?
It did not go as well as I would have liked. However, I did manage to find a copy of your circle, if you would need it for reference.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we think that this plan might actually work. We talked to the Navy. Oh, actually, here's 300 gold. Plop that into your hand.
Wait, what?
Fucking fat pouch of coin and a silver star medal. Funk.
Yeah, we were sort of taken aback by it too, but apparently we're heroes for the day, having helped on the ship crash.
So that's a thing.
All right. Thank you.
You don't have to thank me.
This is sorry. All right. Well, I think I will go up to the room now.
Do you want any company?
I'm sure Burr would enjoy it.
Okay. Do you want alcohol, Burr?
What?
Just whisper down in the
Do you want
crotch.
alcohol, Burr? Yeah. Do you want alcohol?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just imagining a Lauren leaning over and whispering into Burberry's crotch now.
Well, I feel like
That
when so for the record, if any if the person who's not currently on top talks to anybody in the party, they're whispering.
Sure.
It's gonna be a whisper thing,
That's
just
fair.
to make things less weird.
So not only is Lauren bending over and whispering into the crotch, she's bending over and listening to the crotch whisper back.
Oh no, she doesn't need to. It's the spell whisper. She doesn't need to.
Oh, like the
or
message thing.
Oh,
Right.
got it.
That's much easier.
Yeah, that's much less weird. By the way, is there a reason that you're back in the one robe as the two beings instead of just being the two beings?
I never stopped.
Oh.
When we left the boat, I was one being.
Yeah.
I've been one being this whole time.
The reasons why they're doing that
I-
haven't changed, so.
Okay.
I mean, it's easy for you to say. If anybody's pissed off by your appearance, you just smack them upside the head.
Hey, if anybody says anything about your appearance, I will pick them up and throw them bodily.
I think Burberry not shudder, starts a little bit, and then goes,
That's very nice, John.
I feel like Burr over there is like, yeah.
yeah.
Well, you guys have the run of the Hazelnut Inn. You are alone in this building. What do you guys want to do?
John wants to find out if the bed is even big enough for him.
Well, I'm going up with Burberry. And I'm gonna
Spoiler
go
alert, it's fucking not. These beds look like they were built 100 years
Oh,
ago.
God, they're
old as
old,
shit and
too.
tiny.
Old beds are the worst, dude.
Can John
To their credit, the mattresses are not that old, but the bed frames, small, old.
can John find a way to
Antique.
hang up his hammock?
Yeah, there's support beams. I mean, you're honestly probably gonna have to like nail in some nails to like get them to hang properly. But
If you want to coordinate, John, maybe Burberry is going to use their tent and don't need their bed. You could take their mattress. It's up to them, of
I
course.
can I can put the two beds together and then I have one big bed.
That's my thinking.
Burberry or Burt pipes up since y'all are the only ones around.
Mhm.
Well, honestly, I was looking forward to having a mattress for like the first time ever, but
Sorry, I'm
yeah,
just
you
so
know,
used to you using the tent. You don't have to give it up.
oh no,
You have
it's fine. Barry's tail is very comfortable. Great for your neck posture, really. But yeah,
John's like, I'll use the hammock. It's fine. I was planning on
you
using
you
it the
can
first
feel
place.
free to use my mattress, especially if you smack someone upside the head on my account, which would be amazing.
That's how you pay
Honestly,
rent. Barry.
I don't even know if putting two mattresses together will fix the issue. The bed frame is the issue. not
End
the
to end,
mattress.
maybe.
But
I
no,
mean,
then
if you sleep diagonally on the bed, John, you'll probably fit.
what
Your
you do
ankles will
then,
hang off, but
if you're okay with not having a pillow, is you just basically move the mattresses apart a little bit and stick the pillows in the middle, so that's where your butt sits, and then that keeps your back straight.
I was like, that's
I'm
just too
not
much work.
speaking
I'm
from
gonna.
experience. I'm not speaking from experience.
I was just like, that's just too much work. I'm hanging up my neck.
dunk, 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 dunk. Like you just hear all this like hammer pounding in John's room.
I want to imagine John just like nail, wham, hammer or
Just
hammer
one
on the nail
strike.
in, all the way.
One.
Why
One-
is
like
there a
shatter a
log through
support
my
beam.
wall?
One and done.
Like John tests the beams before to make sure that they're steady, can hold his weight.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
John's
I mean,
just-
John will rig his hammock up in the room.
John's just drilling in wall anchors.
I just had the saddest image of going.
I'm sure they
yeah,
won't
I'll
mind.
just sit on my hammock, lies the hammock flat on the floor. And then just top of the hammock.
Oh,
That's just a
God.
blanket.
No, I got it. I need to find two rods of removable rods and use them to support the hammock.
Ooh, that's a good use of gold. Also, it's
That's gonna
still like
depend on how much they cost.
it's like 11 a.m. Right?
Probably no. It's like probably like 3 or 4 in the afternoon at this point.
All right, because we slept like
You slept
through
all
the
morning.
morning, basically.
Yeah, and the ship got back to mooring in
Okay.
by afternoon. So probably closer to like 5, considering the impromptu award ceremony and conference and all that. So
Right.
the sun is low. It's not quite sunset, but it's within the hour, of starting. So
There's two things that I want to do. Work on the portable spice rack for the guy that requested it.
Okay.
And then also see what I can figure out of this here dealy bopper.
The Dealy Bopper. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wanna-
Spice Rack's pretty rote for you. You made your own. You can make another one pretty quickly. The Dealy Bopper, I'll say give me. All right, they're like an Arcana check or.
Is it
Yeah.
more of a thingamajig? That's the real question.
I
Say
think I
Arcana.
missed this.
Say
What is
Arcana.
what is the thingamajig?
It's the multi-tool that they found in the ship.
I was holding on to it to give it
I was gonna
to
say-
Barnaby.
Shouldn't we give it like a copy of that manual to Burberry, see if he can figure it out? Or Barnaby, sorry.
Too late.
Either
Shit's
one of
gone.
3 things. That
Also,
I got
there's like
going in my
400
head right
pages
now.
or something. Be a lot to
It's
cover.
either a dealy bopper, a thingamajig, or a whatchamacallit.
I think it's a who's what's it.
Maybe he can make like a
That's a good
flying.
option.
That's blasphemous.
Maybe he can make like a flying bathtub that teleports between dimensions.
That would be cool.
Please, it'd be a gumbo pot if it was anything.
I feel like
Sorry,
the book on that
interdimensional gumbo pot.
hot tub time machine.
That is I got lucky. That's a 17 plus 2, 19.
19.
Turns
It's a
out,
complicated little doodad, but you're starting to see some patterns here. You figure this out. It's gonna take you a little bit, but you could figure this out. You're not even sure like really what they were all fussed about. Like this there's patterns here. There's reason. You can puzzle it out. You're a sharp guy.
Actually, if we're all just hanging out. Sorry, you said you had 2 things, David. What was the other one?
I wanted to make the
Oh, the
leather
spice
dealy
rack, right.
bopper thingy spice rack. Yes.
Yeah, that's not gonna take you long. That's not hard.
Okay. I was gonna say, if we're just all hanging out at the inn right now in the afternoon, at some point, probably like I don't know, after an hour of us sitting around doing nothing, Noelle would look outside and see the sun kind of beginning to go a little lower in the sky, and she would walk over to Barnaby's room. I assume none of us have our doors closed at this point in the day. I would
That's fair.
just say, Barnaby,
Yes.
did you want to try? I was thinking about what you said earlier today. Do you want to try walking over to the forest for a little while and see if we can figure out your shrimp guy?
You know what? That sounds like a grand idea.
I figure before it gets dark.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Is there any forests around here that are within the range of the scope of the conjunction? That's the word. Or like forests that people know are not as dangerous, maybe. Just
interestingly, yeah. Now that you mention that, I guess this is Noelle's first time really like going towards the edge of town because she's never been to Mooring before.
Sure. I also will extend this invitation to anyone else who wants to join for this.
Yeah. So
Go find the shrimp man.
Wait, hold on. Shrimp man?
Yes.
Apparently.
Magical one who spoke to me in my dreams.
Oh, I am. And I feel like Burr and Barry are in their room, so Burr just like looks at Barry, and if Barry's like writing in his journal, and he just like, can we please? Fine.
Wait, isn't Burr getting fucked up with a Lauren right now?
If that's what's going on, then yeah.
Yeah, that's
Sounds
100%
like
what's
Burr
going
is
on.
trashed and wants to see a shrimp man.
Yep.
Look, I don't have
Lauren's-
to walk there. It's fine.
John wants to join in on the drinking.
Sure,
So
yeah.
Lauren and John can drink at the inn.
There is an unattended bar on the first floor for the record. Like you guys could easily.
Don't tempt us, DM.
You could. I will say,
Oh,
as you guys are probably getting ready and like discussing this, you would hear the door open like downstairs. This ding, 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 little bell, and I'm back, dearies. I have dinner. I've been cooking dinner. It's not ready yet, but I will have dinner. You just hear the click, 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 click of her nails on the floor. She fucking scuttles to the kitchen. Very excited to have guests.
She is very cute.
So, anyways, yeah. You guys want to head to the edge of town. Lauren and Barnaby have been here before. They would be able to tell you there are farms around Mooring. There are no major forests. It honestly, now that you've kind of like had all this discussion and talk about all this, it honestly looked like they basically deforested the entire radius of this thing's protective aura just to be safe almost. Because like looking up at like the hillside, kind of in the distance over town, there is sort of a very distinctive like arc of the tree line, like kind of circling the city. So it's honestly more than an hour's walk away. So you'd probably get there after dark if you started like as the sun was beginning to set. But you could make it in not a terrible amount of time.
So if they've kind of shaved out the radius of this thing, could we walk through the farmlands and just get to the edge of the forest that way, and then we're right on the edge, kind of, no matter what?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay, I think that's probably the best, safest approach.
So, again, it's about an hour and a half walk out of town to do this, and you know, as you are, the sun is slowly setting. The hazy skies are cast in orange and pink before starting to fade to that deep purpley blue. And the lights in the farmhouses all around you are starting to light up in the windows.
Burr is sobering up over the course of the walk.
Yeah. And yeah, as you are kind of trudging down this dirt road out of town, there's definitely a handful of people who kind of poke their heads out of their homes to like look at you and just one guy will yell at you, "Fools in the other way, idiots." Fucking slam his door.
Oh, we're heading to Idiot's End. It's fine.
But yeah, within less than 2 hours, you guys make it to the end of the forest. And very similar to the rest of the islands. Twisted trunks, long snaking branches. Notably, there does seem to be some sort of leaf cover. There does seem to be like an intact canopy here. Whereas much of the island was very like spotty in terms of how live the trees looked.
Okay.
But it is dark, overcast.
Could I make a perception check to see if I see a giant shrimp man?
Yeah, go ahead.
I rolled a 4.
You see no shrimp man.
So what was the exact sequence of events last time this happened, Barnaby?
Well, I was sitting on the beach, just minding my own business. And then I saw this thing standing out in the middle of nowhere. Cloaked figure, all that. So I figure, well, I better follow this because I've been seeing this a few times. And pretty much after that, kept following. And he led me to this boat. But I didn't want to go to the boat by myself.
Good call. Probably wasn't wise to go into the forest by yourself either, but I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, then they sent a message to my noggin, tell me who they were, that I could call on them for a favor, which sounded like to me I could turn into a shrimp, but
Is it a favor if you don't want it?
I mean I do want it, but like I said, I don't want to end my dream just like that.
Sound logic. Well, try calling out to them again.
Maybe rush to help.
Mr. Shrimp Man, you out there?
Shrimp man? Hello?
Calling a Brian favor.
Who all's out here? Is it everyone or is it just
It's me,
the three of
Burberry,
you?
and Barnaby.
Okay.
John and Lauren are getting drunk at the inn.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're still drinking.
I thought we were drinking on the way.
Oh, did
Oh.
you just take booze with you to fucking come see
I'm
the
okay
shrimp
with
man?
taking booze with me to see the shrimp man.
I would certainly be
Fair.
more comfortable the more of us we have with us, so.
Okay, yeah, I'll go. Me
That's
and John
fair.
will just be drinking along the way.
We're just
No,
boozing it up on the
I'm
way.
in. I'm in.
Nope.
Drinking.
That didn't sober up
okay.
over the course of the walk.
All right. There's 3 of us intoxicated.
No,
The other edge of the forest.
what
Great
really
idea.
completes the flavor of this beer?
What's
The
that?
squidsicle.
I'll take your word for it.
I mean, at the very least, having 3 loud drunk people with us will be good for getting attention of this shrimp person, maybe.
Okay. So
3 loud trucks.
Wait,
Barnaby-
does shrimp have ears?
calls
Yeah,
out
Doc,
to the
like-
shrimp man. I'll say, Barnaby, give me a persuasion check.
Tell him you want to cash in the favor or something.
That's a 12 plus 1, 13.
I would like
13.
an extra order of shrimp, please.
Okay. With the sun down now, it's gotten cool outside and windy.
I'll have my drip globe on normal light.
You can hear kind of the rustling of branches overhead and the whisper of the wind kind of through the leaves, but not much else out here. Nothing
You
happened.
ain't nobody's home.
I mean, if you saw your shrimp in a dream, I suppose it's possible you're... Are you sure it happened in this level of your consciousness?
Yes, I was not asleep for this.
A question. When you say shrimp man, was it like he's short like a shrimp, or he looks like a shrimp, or is he eating
That
shrimp?
I don't know, but I figure if he can turn me into a shrimp, I might as well call him Shrimp Man.
Wait. So he has nothing to do with shrimp other than turning you into a shrimp?
Well, he said he could do a favor for me, which I mean, I wouldn't mind being turned into a
So
shrimp.
it's not a description, it's just the thing you associate with him.
Yes.
So he could look like a tree for all we know.
Oh no, he does have a cloak on him.
Cloaked tree.
Didn't get a good look of his face.
Maybe he doesn't want to talk if we're all standing here? Maybe he just wants to talk to you, Barnaby.
I was able to talk to my brain earlier, so
Lauren, as they're all sort of conjecturing here,
Oh no, it's
Just
the creepy
drop
you
music.
kind of like
bottle of beer.
you raise your cup to take a drink and pause as you see something in the distance along this path into the woods shift. There is a vaguely
Just gonna squint.
humanoid shape a
Is
few
that
hundred
the
feet
Beastie
out.
or the shrimp man?
Oh, shrimp man.
Is that the shrimp man part? He doesn't look like a shrimp.
never
I've
said
seen
he
a lot
was
of
a shrimp.
Oh.
John takes the swing.
Can I turn into a shrimp? Or Lauren's gonna try to turn into a shrimp.
Be careful doing that
You
around
turn
Barnaby.
You turn into a thunk, tiny shrimp. You a little fucking
I think you should
Click
have
claws
gone for
going.
a jumbo shrimp, Lauren. That's a regular one.
Oh, that's
John,
cute.
John
Little
freaks
antennas
out. He's
twitch.
a shrimp.
Oh, don't eat this one. I know you wanted one earlier.
No, John
She is
like
cute
super
enough to
worried
eat,
about-
but I ain't gonna eat her.
John is super worried about stepping on her. He's like, shrimp?
Barry picks her up.
Good call.
So, having pointed it out, you can all sort of see this vaguely humanoid shape on the road a few hundred feet away at this point. The figure shifts slightly before sort of withdrawing back to the side of the road into the tree cover. And then seconds later sort of steps out within like 50 feet of you guys.
Oh, Jesus.
John's
Just-
like, come on, we've got alcohol.
Barnaby,
Shrimp
there is
man.
a faint voice.
In his head, or we all can hear it?
You can all hear this voice.
Are you the man who
Do
makes
we
people
recognize
shrimp?
I have never been called as such.
I'd like one order of shrimp Alfredo, please.
Lauren's little shrimp legs start kicking.
Why did I agree to help these people?
Did you need something, Barnaby?
I guess like a little bit more clarification about what you is.
How so?
Well, my party ain't exactly happy with just the term shrimp man that I'm calling you.
Why do you call me that, Barnaby?
Because you offered a favor, and I said, well, one of the things I'd want to be is be turned into a shrimp. So therefore, you are a man who can turn a man into a shrimp. Therefore, you're a shrimp man.
I suppose that sums it up, doesn't it?
Yep.
Are you asking to be turned into a shrimp, Barnaby?
No, not right now. I
Is
got
that
work
what
to
you've
do
called
first.
me?
Why
Are
did
you
we
sure?
call him again?
we're about to try and take down the monster that rules this island. I feel like maybe we could use some help.
Right.
Also, since we're all standing here, what are we seeing?
Sorry, I was really distracted on shrimp. I could go for a shrimp right now.
It is dark, and there are just a handful of like very thin, faint columns of light kind of filtering through the leaves down this road. But standing in the forest, about 50 feet away, there is a cloaked and hooded figure.
How tall?
Taller than you, shorter than John and Barnaby, like 6 feet.
Okay.
The cloak just very gently kind of wafts in the wind.
It looks really cool.
Oh, actual thing. Now that I remember, sorry, I got distracted by shrimp. We're trying to take down this shadow thing, and wonder if you might be able to help with that.
Are you?
Yeah.
How do you plan to do that exactly?
Cricket. Oh wait, she's a shrimp. Cricket.
We're going to try to. Sorry, hi, I'm Noel. We're going to try to lure it out.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait. I squint at this thing.
Yeah.
Does it remind me of any of the shadow folk?
Do we see a big
Give me an
smile?
insight check.
A what check?
Insight.
Insight. All right. That is a 20 minus 1.
Oh, you rolled a nat 20?
Yeah, nat 20 minus 1.
Barnaby fucking cuts you off before you say anything. Squints. And for a moment, it's just silent. This standoff on the road. You standing out in the open air. This figure deeper into the forest. And as the silence continues, Barnaby, you do see a thin line of gleaming light begin to spread across what should be the face. As a shining smile grows and 2 gleaming eyes flick open. What were you planning? I'm dying to know.
Lauren turns back into person and goes, "Fuck you!"
Again.
Lauren, you do that, and you watch as from around the trunks of the trees at the very edge of the forest, multiple rotted, water-soaked arms and hands extend their middle fingers out to you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You left us, fuck you. You left us to die, fuck you.
And Lauren's gonna be like, "You're a little bitch, fucker! I'm gonna fucking kill you!" She's gonna
And then
pop off.
Barnaby's just gonna whip out his
You little bitch, you ran, you left us to die, you little bitch, you fucking bitch, you fucking left us to die. You left us to die. Just eyes everywhere shining out from inside the forest.
Real quick.
This creature standing in the cloak, just the fucking cloak is just like flying around. It's billowing now violently, and the smile is inhumanly wide.
Sorry, Lauren's drunk
Real
right now.
real quick. In John's drunken stupor, he points out. He goes, "Baby teeth."
I love it.
The head snaps to you, and all the hands at the edge of the forest withdraw back into the shadows, and the smile falters. I remember you.
I remember your nibbling.
You're the grabby one.
You're the bitey one.
Lauren's just laughing at this point. She's just laughing at the creature going, it's so scared it's hiding in the woods. Great.
Lord, I shoved my fist down its throat and it gagged like a little bitch.
Oh my god, that's awesome. I bet he was so terrified.
I must say, we really should have all of our tete-a-tete when drunk. This is fascinating.
John's just got this
Do you
stupid
have
little
tiny
giggle.
teeth? And it's gonna go. She's gonna do stupid shit on this thing.
John's like, he couldn't even bite through my arm.
Oh, the poor big bad beast, you can't bite through an arm. Oh.
John's just dying John's just dying right now. He's laughing like nothing else.
Oh yeah, I think Lauren's like has her hand on him, just like fucking keeling over at this point. And then there's
John
like
starts
3 serious
snorting.
people.
John starts like snorting, like full on snort.
Yeah.
I have to say, it's really weird because half of the party is drunk and half of the party is sober.
I know.
Yeah. You guys are like just talking mad shit at this point. The creature's definitely like faltered in its glare. And at this point, it sort of begins to like slip back off the road, like behind a truck, but it's still just like peeking its head out, just like glaring at you from under the hood.
I'm gonna go, John, look, he's scared. He's hiding now.
I got another potion. You want me to try this one?
Big talk for people who won't come into the woods.
I will, before he vanishes from sight, I do want to say, enjoy this domain while you have it.
The eyes snap to you.
I just lock eyes with him.
If you think you can take this place from me, you're welcome to try.
Breaks in. Are you in a staring contest?
He just slinks. He just slinks behind a tree
He blinks.
and disappears.
Look at him. He's so scared. Oh my god. Okay, so we just have to taunt this bitch to death. Holy shit. Noelle, you should nail this shit.
We gotta get Noelle drunk enough, then she can.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we figured out what that thing was.
I would like to vote that we head home now.
I was really hoping it was something different.
Didn't you say you saw it on
Something that actually could turn me into a shrimp.
What?
Favorite?
Sorry, didn't you say you saw this guy before? This shrimp guy? Not this fake one.
I saw a cloaked figure, but he never talked to me before.
Until now. Maybe it was
Yes.
this guy then.
Hey, should we talk to the fake weed? Maybe she knows what it is.
Wait, but you followed him into the forest, didn't you?
Yep.
Wouldn't this creature have just killed you the moment you walked in? Or attacked you? I don't know. Something doesn't add up here.
I think.
Lord's video is paused on his shitty grin. It's hilarious.
Oh, really? At least it paused on the grin. Sorry. I feel like this is one of the few times where I was drunk enough to, like, do something really stupid. So, you're welcome. The rest of the party.
Are we turning away and going back into town?
I think so.
As we turn away, John's gonna moon the forest.
As you turn away, John, pulling your pants down, you hear sprinting behind you.
John's gonna trip over his own pants.
You just hear.
Coming for that booty.
Fucking just echoing out of the forest.
Glad we ended that on a classy note.
Yeah, I was like, I remember the days I thought adventurers had dignity.
I'm drunk. What do you expect?
Come on, John, get your pants back on. Let's get home. I'll help him off the ground.
I'm kind of surprised. I
Hey,
didn't know
Lauren.
initiative there.
Hey, Lauren. John's dick is almost as big as I am.
John goes bright red. Like,
Well, no wonder my friend had such a good time.
How did she fit?
God, I have questions.
John is just bright red at this point.
Yes? Shut up. You're no fun.
Oh, right. Which one is drunk? Burr, or Paul?
Burr's the drunk
Burr is
one.
drunk.
By the time you guys get back to town, the mood's slightly shifted. Reaching the Hazelnut Inn, you can smell the scent of this home-cooked meal long before you step inside. And as soon as the little bell over the door jingles, ding, 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 you hear this old dragonborn woman call out from the kitchen, "It's ready, dearies! Take a seat! Take a seat!"
This woman's voice has gotten older and older every time.
I already forgot what she's supposed to sound like. She'll fucking come out in her, full get up with like this really like nice little ruffled apron on. 2 full platters of just like meat pies, rolls, this like thick pudding, like a big loaf of cornbread, just like a huge fucking array of food. Like she went all out. If she could sweat, she would be. But as it is, she just looks maybe a little flushed around the eyes as she kind of sets these down on tables for you all. Please, have a seat, have some dinner. Dears, it's been a while since I had a chance to cook for anyone.
I'm just gonna give her like 5 gold for this like elaborate amount of food.
She like clutches her chest.
Careful. Healing word.
I'm sorry. You're so kind. Thank you. She'll just
I mean, look at all this.
You are undercharging for your services, ma'am.
Yeah, very undercharging.
Well, Montauban has not proven to be the destination my grandfather hoped it would be, but that could change any day,
Have you lived here all your life?
Oh, yes.
Since you've been here for a while, has the forest always been like this ever since you were here?
Perish the thought of the forest, dear. There's no need to go out there. Fool's errands, They've got their own tower out on the edge of town. They're named after them.
Right, we don't want to go into the forest. We were just curious.
No, don't.
We wouldn't.
Terrible, wretched.
Has it always been like this?
Oh, yes.
Okay. What about for your dad?
She nods.
I'm sobering up a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
Lauren's sobering up as she's shoveling food into her mouth.
Well,
you've also walked another hour and a half to get home.
We should probably tell the Admiral about Baby Keith. I mean, he did come essentially right up into the edge of town.
I mean, I don't think
Honestly,
we've learned anything more than what we knew already. He's not coming into town.
Well, we didn't. I mean, I wasn't thinking he was able to get this far this fast. Like, we took a freaking mate ship to get here.
I don't think distance has much bearing on how he travels, considering how quickly he flit from place to place. Not to mention that whenever I saw him the first time, he was literally inside of a hole that he should not be able to have fit in.
I don't know. I just thought it was relevant since apparently he can come in close to town.
Well, I'm sure we'll see plenty of them. We can mention it next time.
Maybe he
Although it's odd that
pieces many of his eyeballs.
he didn't actually leave the forest at any point either. Is it possible he can't leave the forest?
Maybe he is the forest.
It's carnivorous, John.
I think he has a personal vendetta against us. Like, he's mad we escaped, like, twice.
As much as I would like to disagree, O Lord, I don't think that's the entire basis of the vendetta. She just looks at John.
Oh yeah, we just mocked the shit out of that thing. Like, I don't even know if we need to have a whole fucking summoning circle. I think if we just walked on the beach and be like, "Hey, bitches,"
I just imagine the Dragonborn
talking
lady
shit?
sitting there listening to this conversation. That's nice. That's nice.
I imagine she's wondering who's baby teeth.
I assume the food is very good.
It is delicious. It's very, very heavily spiced, in sharp contrast to the food you had this morning at the Minor Frog. Maybe a little too salty in places, but very good. Very, very well cooked. Like, just delicious meal.
You really did go all out.
As I said, dear, it's been a while since I've had guests.
Did we
I
get
am
your name? Sorry.
grateful. Oh, yes. I am. It's a little difficult for others to pronounce sometimes. Fuatl Irlakira.
Fuatl?
You could call me Kira.
Kira.
It's
Burberry would pronounce it flawlessly. Cat is making faces.
And what?
Listen, I didn't make the Dragonborn name generator. All right.
Wattle Irakira.
Fuatl.
Irlakira.
Well, thank you again for your hospitality.
Of course, of course.
And what's the inn we're staying at again?
The Hazelnut Inn. Baby teeth.
Well, we don't have a name
Yeah.
for it yet, so we might as well nickname it, and that's the one I think fits best.
Give it the most demeaning name you can. Good plan.
Oh yeah, baby teeth. I mean,
Yep.
let's be real. Can we talk about how much demeaning that creature made it like slink into the woods because we weren't afraid?
Well, that was what Burberry did to escape originally. Or something to that
She
effect.
told John that we needed to. She told John we needed to make fun of it, or make it annoyed, and John took to that task with a fervor.
I do admit, whenever I said annoy, I did not expect antagonize.
There is a line there.
I can understand that there is that they do overlap. The Venn diagram does exist. Not what I meant, though.
That's the
I'm
only
just gonna
type
go,
of annoying
"Fine,
John
John."
knows.
It'll just target us. It's fine. Which is honestly probably for the better.
John is the thing. He's drawing aggro.
Oh yeah, no, totally. Like no offense meant, but as you get your ass bit and or other appendages as the monster decrees, I am going to have, well, not fun, but it will be highly interesting to watch.
I assume worst case scenario, I lose an arm, and I can probably get it growing back at a later point in time.
You do not foresee any scenario where you die.
Yep, that's what.
That feels like a
your
worst case
arm,
scenario.
Not your throat or your ass.
If my character dies, either I perma-die, I get brought back. Those are like the two situations, and either way, I'm not in control at that point. So,
Fine, John.
I don't mean to be a bit of a pessimist. Oh, you're always a pessimist. I don't mean to be a bit of a pessimist. But you're working under the assumption that I will have the spell slots to bring you.
no, I said either I die, or I got brought back. Either way, I don't have control over it.
It's fine. We antagonized a creature of infinite time that's been here forever. It's fine. It's fine. Like, we're gonna be fine.
At this point in time, John's been in so many life and death situations. He's just like, if I die, I die.
John
Well,
long ago made peace with his mortality.
Rock on, John.
And did you see those bloated bodies that thing tried to scare me with?
Yeah, what were those? That was weird.
Actually, I don't want to talk about that. Never mind.
Talk
This
about
doesn't
what?
seem like a dinner conversation.
Never mind. Then she takes the alcohol,
Just
like
a
suddenly
deep,
remembering
deep
John's
that.
still just eating.
Would um, you weren't haunted by Barnaby's mother too? Of course she wasn't. Silly.
Whoa. Whoa.
No.
You got beef with Barnaby's mother?
No, I don't even know Barnaby's mother. I'm sure she's delightful.
No, that was aimed at Burr and Barry.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't. I apologize for that.
I wonder, Barnaby, are you haunted by your mother too?
Barnaby gets a little tense up again. No, she's fine.
Insight check.
Insight check?
Yeah, insight check.
I rolled a 6,
Oof.
which is a 12.
I rolled a nat 1 plus like 6.
Damn, y'all.
Oh, John rolled pretty good. 19.
And I got a 13.
Okay. Interesting.
What do you want me to roll, DM?
What are you doing, buddy? You roll it.
Are you lying? Are you trying to persuade us otherwise?
Are you trying to
Maybe.
deceive us?
If it's lying, then deception.
Got a 11.
11?
Well,
He's lying
So
through his
me
teeth.
and Burberry and John picked this up.
damn.
John reaches over and pats his shoulder. Like, I understand.
Burberry goes, not everyone is born with the best of mothers. I don't even know mine.
I don't like mine either, so you're not alone.
John looks at Burberry's like, same.
Well, Lauren's just gonna take her glass and be like,
Alright, I had a happy home life.
No. I mean, like, I do love my mother. It's not my birth mother, but you know, the people who you accept as your family aren't always biologically related to you.
That's true.
I mean, if my mother didn't love me, I wouldn't know how to get rid of a hairball.
John's just like, who needs a mother? Takes a giant swig of alcohol.
I liked mine.
John takes another swig of alcohol.
it's just the night of getting fucked up, you know? We'll think about our life choices in the morning about antagonizing a beast.
Oh, actually, Burberry, like, pats the side of his thing, and you can hear the, like, movement of stuff going around, and he pulls out hangover cures.
Oh, bless your soul.
I assume we take that tomorrow or tonight.
Can I chase the alcohol with this? Does it work that way?
Can you take it with alcohol?
Put it in a baby bottle and stick it in my mouth when I'm about to wake up.
Yeah, just I put it in a baby bottle, stick it in right before bed, and then you slowly drink it overnight.
Just suck on it overnight.
Yeah, it's fine.
Usually you would take a hangover cure before the hangover,
Yeah.
Ideally.
unless it's just like an
I-
aspirin. Then you would take
Well,
it after.
it's like, I think that I got the hangover recipe, like, way back when. So I think Burberry made it, but I don't think that he quite understands how it works yet, because he hasn't tried to use it.
This could be the experiment. We give it to Lauren before and John after, and see which one gets the better effect.
Damn.
But,
With
Or
a
we can
guinea
swap
pig.
it. I don't care.
That's fine. It's fine. I'll be a guinea pig.
A guinea fish.
Sure.
A gilly
A
fish.
guinea fish. I'm a guinea fish.
That sounds really adorable, actually.
That actually makes me wonder, Lord, what happens if you turn into a fish and then just swim in alcohol?
Oh.
Are you okay, ma'am?
Oh. I've done it before.
You would drown.
I got. What?
It's like drowning. There's no air in that shit.
Oh yeah, no. It was a
So-
real bad time. I like got really drunk and then I drowned and then I turned back into a human. To myself.
The glass broke. It was awful.
Yeah, it was a little rough.
So you know the thing with freshwater versus saltwater fish, right?
Yeah.
That saltwater fish are constantly suffocating and freshwater fish are constantly drowning.
What?
I haven't heard that before.
I haven't heard that either.
Wait. Continue and stuff. I'm gonna Google weird things.
It sounds like dinner is kind of winding down. Is there anything you guys want to take care of before you go to bed?
I'm gonna message Gerald
Mm-hmm.
and just kind of let him know I antagonized the shadow creature.
Mm-hmm.
Paraphrase: I antagonized the shadow creature. Found my friends. We're alive, and we're gonna try to kill it. Okay, have a good night.
It's like, glad to hear you're safe. That was a bad call. You don't talk shit until you get that thing at the end of a knife. That's like Gatewatch 101. We'll talk more when you get back. Please be careful.
That's fair.
Anybody else?
Retcon a thing?
Okay.
Because we did the transition that I was just somewhere else that I completely forgot to ask. So has the lady who runs the conclave down here possibly have heard of the Tyrion fellow?
Tyrion.
The guy who wrote the book thing in the friend of the guy who wrote the book things in the side notes.
Yes. I guess if you show her the
You know who wrote this?
spelling, I believe it was one of the previous fathers of the temple here. Tyrion might actually be Cardinal Tyrion, though. He's one of the senior leaders out in Hallavale. It's been a while since he last came to mooring, but that's the first one that comes to mind.
Well, that's actually quite favorable for me. I wanted to head there anyway. But thank you very much for your assistance. I'm sorry I did not speak much with my patriots.
It's quite all right. I understand. I assume your work in there is regarding this creature.
Yes.
I'm really hopeful that this plan works. I think it's got a good shot.
You don't troll, cat. Don't troll. Oh yes, it'll be fine as long as somebody in our party doesn't go off and moon it.
That'd be a terrible idea. Who would ever do such a thing? 6 hours later.
I said it was a joke.
So, anything else before?
No, that was it.
I've got one.
Which I'm very glad I said.
I got one small thing with everybody's going to like in their rooms.
Okay.
Uh,
Tenzin. Get out of here.
Tenzin, what you do?
Starting shit because he's hungry.
Noelle is going to, once we're settled in our rooms and it's dark and we're going to bed, she's going to flip to the back of her notebook where she has written and crossed out over a dozen different iterations of a sending spell she keeps wanting to send, but hasn't yet. And she's just going to sit there for a little bit before finally working up the courage to cast Sending to Jade Comtois.
Okay. What do you say?
She looks over her notes. Hi, Jade. It's Noelle. I learned this new spell, so I thought I'd check in. How are you these days? Keep it under 25 words.
Okay. The response is immediate. Noel! And then pauses, clearly collecting their thoughts. It's so good to hear from you. I'm well. Very well. I am on my own too. Mercenary work. It's very good. I'm so happy to hear your voice. I can't believe I'm actually. And then it cuts off.
Noelle just blushes and hugs her notebook and lays down and goes to bed.
So, as all of you, one by one, fall asleep, you find your rest fitful. There is an anxiety that began to creep in on your walk back to the inn that only grows as the hours pass, tossing and turning, until all of you find yourselves unable to move, frozen by the same night terror witnessed independently in your own rooms, but the same across every viewing. You feel pressure on your face, a sharp, brutish pinching of your cheeks. You feel hot breath on your face, and you hear that fucking voice. I want to show you something. Your vision begins to clarify, and you see those eyes and that smile, bright and shining in the pitch black, take shape as the creature pulls back from you.
Oh shit.
You are somewhere underground in the dark. It's rocky here. As your eyes adjust, you can barely make out the contours of this chamber. This creature sort of backs up from you. His shape is sort of irregular, vaguely humanoid, but horribly warped, arching high over you with this long neck that just kind of cranes down, twisting to meet your gaze. He points. Up there. And you can feel a finger under your chin directing you to look up. And overhead, there is a tiny pinprick of light, just barely bright enough to stand out in the darkness. An opening to the sky. They're deliberating. You hear the voice again. Deciding who comes down tonight. Who they feed to me. And he pulls your face back down to look at him again. I don't need any of you. They're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Is it possible for John to like realize this is like a dream?
I think you all probably recognize this as a dream, but at the moment
Can I
you
talk
are
in the dream?
frozen in place. It's
Can I-
more a vision than it is like a lucid experience.
Can I try to
I
take
can't.
control?
Can I just try to talk? I just want to try to say something.
I mean, you talk and you just hear this. You feel this like clammy finger pressing against your lips. Just watch. And you hear very distantly echoing through the chamber this metallic cranking sound, this rattling of a chain. And you hear a small, panicked voice screaming, "Don't send me back! Don't send me back! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!" And you just hear the creature laughing. Everything I need. The mouth opens, and another mouth in the chamber opens, and another, and another, and another, and the entire chamber floor is just awash in these shining mouths and eyes as this child, concealed in a gibbet, lowered on a chain, is slowly descending within reach.
A child?
It's like 7 or 8.
Were there any children on the Medora?
Nope.
I was gonna say, did we recognize the sound of this voice?
No recognition there. But as the gibbet comes down to eye level and the creature begins to reach for it, everyone's eyes snap awake at the same time. And it is morning. You have completed the long rest.
John's gonna whisper out, "Just wait for me, baby teeth. I'm coming for you."
I'm gonna kill that fucking thing.
Just to clarify, we
But-
saw a hole in the ceiling, like a pinprick of light, leading out to daylight or something, or cloud light, whatever.
The outside, yeah. And then from that, a gibbet on a chain was
What's a gibbet?
lowered. It's like a human cage.
Oh,
Basically, their sacrifice.
who's
So
sacrificed?
the town is sacrificing people to the monster.
That's what it sounds like.
Is what Lauren thinks.
Have we seen any mysterious holes in the ground while we've been walking through town?
It's in the middle
Wait.
of the.
Didn't
Yeah.
Burberry climb out of a hole?
Berber climbed out of like a collapsed, like
Yeah, that was like a
crevice,
cavern.
like a chasm. Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's where I would have ended up if it had gotten me.
Potentially.
Maybe. Or that just would have hung me upside down in a cave and been like,
To that point, Burberry, I think you would be able to make the connection as you wake. You would recall, as you have unearthed yourself that day and began walking along sort of those upper ridges of the island, you kind of hit a crossroads where you could either circle a ridge and continue forward, or begin like descending into the wooded valley below. And you will recall seeing across that ridge in the distance, there was what looked to be smoke trails rising into the sky. You did determine
Oh, right, you did say that.
instead to seek out Noel and John. But in this moment, I think it clarifies exactly what it was that you just saw and where that was.
I think he told me something he didn't intend to tell me.
Oh, wait, because I think I'm in the room.
Could we just say we all collectively like gather in,
Yeah, we
in the
just-
room? We're like, did you guys experience that too?
Did you guys hit this spooky
Guys,
dream
I had
too?
this
Yeah, me too.
crazy dream. Oh, you all had it.
Okay.
Okay.
Actually, wait, so before we do anything, could I make a roll real quick? Because this dude is evil. I don't know if we can trust him to be telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Could I insight to see if this was like, I am trying to trick you into believing that something else is going on so you don't fuck with me, or is this like does it seem genuine?
Okay.
I
Yeah.
want you to go away. I want
Yeah.
you glad as this moment. Now I only want you gone.
The problem is society. That's pretty good. Come on. Phone, please unlock. Thank you. That is a 20 total again.
20, yeah. This did not have the same feeling as his sort of targeted fear
Manipulation.
manipulation. Yeah. He seemed very determined to show you something. Potentially in response to the amount of shit you talked the last time you saw each other. Almost like a fucking child trying to get the last word in. Like, oh, you think you're so cool? Well, guess what? I don't fucking need you. I got all the kids I could ever eat right here, bitch. Like,
Gotcha.
that is 100% the vibe of this, like, psycho Joker video dream you just got.
I think we should find out from the military if they're missing kids in town.
But who would be lowering them to him? That's unsettling.
I don't know.
Again,
he
the whole
summoned
is
all
just
those.
convergence. They just put them in the middle of convergence things. Like, there you
He summoned all those arm things, so maybe they were doing it.
go.
So
I think it might just be that because there are other settlements in this island. It's just that this one is the most well established and able to be
Wait.
reached.
There are other
Can I-
settlements on this island?
Yeah, can I pull out the map of that I had, and it shows like the other two settlements?
Yeah.
And see if Burberry, if like where Burberry
Is it-
saw that trail, if it's
Oh
at
yeah, if
one
we
of
can
those
pinpoint
settlements,
this or something.
Yeah.
roughly.
Is it possible he's being like worshipped then?
It might
don't-
be more of a bartering thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's worship.
I mean, you can also worship in fear.
That's my thinking.
Okay.
Also-
So looking at this map, then I'll say Burberry. If you could make an intelligence check for me.
Is there any way I could assist with like, because we knew kind of where Burberry came from since we met up with him? Like we were trying
Yeah,
to pinpoint each other.
That's fair.
Can I also guide?
Sure. This is a quick little glancing thing.
Over the next hour, you're going to look up. No, I actually don't have guidance. Could you give me guidance, Noel?
I can give you inspiration.
You're in.
I can give
Oh,
this shit
you know
out
what?
like candy now. I get it back on a short rest.
You get an inspiration.
Yeah, there you
get
go.
an inspiration.
What's your dice for that?
D8.
Ooh, okay. Well, that is excellent. What type of roll did you say?
Investigation.
Intelligence check.
Oh, an intelligence check.
Intelligence
With
check.
advantage, because I am assisting you.
Okay, no. I needed the advantage, so thank you. So that's 24.
24.
Nice.
Okay. So Burberry. Looking over this map that Aloran and Barnaby procured, you start looking at the uplands and you recognize two of those three peaks. You came up in the shadow of the teeth out of that chasm. You remember these jagged formation sort of towering up above you, very tooth-like. And you traveled north from there until you reached a ridge overlooking a valley. Across that valley, another mountain rose, presumably Thesiger Peak. And the smoke was rising from the forest on the upper slopes of that mountain.
So this would be kind of near Muiti.
Muiti.
Wait,
One
there's
of the failed expeditions that was sent out to try and settle further inland.
Also, if all of these expeditions failed, how did this map come to exist?
I am very curious about this map as well. Where did this data come from?
That is an excellent question. He said that he got sent a message that someone was gonna need this map in a few weeks, and then he made it. And yeah, it's
I
really
think this
shady.
map maker is either like a demigod or a lich.
Or a dedicated cleric / warlock.
He'd have to be pretty high level.
I hope he's not a warlock.
He's probably a warlock.
Well, I would actually rule more for the possibly cleric / side of things, because it sounds like the space that he's in was a gift and or
Curse.
A double-edged sword, that one, by perhaps a patron of a non-monetary variety.
By the way, does the map show that that building on the mountain that I saw when I first?
Oh yeah.
It
crashed?
doesn't actually.
But where would that be?
Can I mark it on the map approximately-ish?
Yeah. It was somewhere on the ridges south of the Oxland River.
Because honestly, like that's the most suspicious thing I've seen in this entire trip.
Oh, or he could be a follower of Gletis.
I literally have forgotten all of the gods. Not even one of them.
Oh, that's all right. Paletis is a god of life, fate, and knowledge.
It's a wide swath of things.
Charitable description of his domain.
His name is busy.
Well, according to lore, he leads his chosen through a set of trials to prove their worth, though it's not really known why he picks people. Maybe he just...
Maybe they're all he has.
Maybe they're volunteers that get together once a week.
He spins like
This is
a
getting
giant
weird.
wheel and just lands on a random.
This is getting really meta.
name.
Back on task.
Muiti. That's the village.
Oh, I was actually thinking about the thing on the mountain.
Oh, the temple? We don't know
the temple
anything
on the
about
mountain
the temple.
is that thing you were talking about is somewhere south of the Oxland River.
That's like a
on
trip.
Yeah.
I think that's the most suspicious thing.
I think the village that might be sacrificing people to the demon is perhaps higher on the list of important stuff.
Well, I mean, that is an entire. Like, do we have any evidence to support that at all?
They seem to...
Looking up through the pinpoint of a hole? I mean, it
There was a human
felt
sacrifice vibe to this dream.
familiar.
Well, the
I
other
don't
thing
deny that.
is all
Yeah.
the expeditions, they never came back. So no one ever knew if they were successful or not. So maybe they were successful, and the only way they could stay there was by giving it a sacrifice.
That's
But
a
they
good
weren't allowed
theory.
to go and seek.
Also, like,
How
when we're
old are the
there...
expeditions?
Huh?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say,
just
when
asking
we
how
were
old the
there,
expeditions
like, it messes with your brain while you're there. Like, you start having visions and nightmares constantly, and I could see people going mad being stuck there.
Also, wait, was this thing in both the Shadowfell and the real world, or only in the real world?
I think it was only in the real world, I believe, because I read into it in the first leg of my journey.
We saw it in the Shadowfell.
Did we?
Wait,
I
God
did.
damn it, I actually don't know where I started being.
When did we see it in the Shadowfell?
I saw it in the Shadowfell after we woke up when we slept under those rocks.
You did?
Mm-hmm. I did, didn't I, DM? I thought I did.
I do recall there was a moment where you saw the eye and
Yeah, you, like, ducked behind a tree, and then I told you to go kill it, John, and you ran up there and there was nothing behind the tree.
Oh, right. No, this
I
definitely
don't
doesn't
remember
care
that at
about.
all.
This definitely doesn't care about space, because it got to me when I was sleeping in a rock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's yeah.
transporting through space and transporting through planes, entirely different level of power.
I think it just has this
Also,
domain, this island.
I thought it got to you mentally when you were in the rock, not physically.
Yes, but mental damage also does physical damage.
I know, but I mean, he couldn't physically harm you while you were in the rock. He could only reach out to you mentally, which wouldn't be affected by you being inside the rock.
I mean, it is. I guess it is. It's all.
So it's possible that he affected you mentally in the Shadowfell because he was close to you in the real.
Well, I mean, if we want to take that route, have we considered that the thing that tried to bite your arm off was just a very elaborate illusion playing ploys on your mind?
I mean, that's not impossible.
Well,
That'd
I
be
guess.
one fuck up. That'd be one major mind fuck from the DM, though.
So are we gonna go? Are we gonna keep with our original plan and try to like force it out?
Well, we
Or
can
do we go
always. I'd say we should start there.
Hmm.
And if it doesn't work, then we can try going deeper.
Also, if we kill this thing and we all wake up from a coma on another island, having this all been a dream, I will literally quit.
Yes, you're all actually level 1.
Barnaby would be happy. Perhaps, if our theory is correct that there is some kind of tribe, village of mad people that are lost into this forest that have collected as a society or something, I don't know exactly, but if that's potentially true, maybe I could try casting Sending to someone who was recently lost or something like that. I don't know if we could just.
You see the? Did we see the person kid thing that was getting lowered?
Oh, did we see the kid?
You did.
Hey!
If someone lost a child in
There is a mop top, like 7 or 8 year old human boy.
Good thinking, Cat.
Wait,
You
mop
can send
top
it him
7-year-old
really fast.
boy?
Are we talking
Isn't-
a mop top 7-year-old that might have been scared of an axe recently?
Different mop top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That kid was like a freckly little ginger kid.
Okay.
This kid is like toe headed, like fucking messy, lank blonde hair and much scrawnier than Timmy. For being a street kid, Timmy was, pretty well fed.
But yeah, if maybe we work fast, we can send to him.
We could try.
I imagine he's about to get.
Does it eat people or does it just scare them?
Feeds off their fear.
Yeah, like it did have big teeth.
I mean, it did physically bite. So that might play into the. It's all very.
There's a lot of things that aren't clear here. Well, we have to bring this information to the people that we are coordinating with at the very least and see if we can learn anything more. There's pieces of this puzzle we're missing.
Well, John, we successfully pissed it off last night.
Well,
good job.
if possible, I would like to cast Sending for this kid, just on the off chance that he gets actually eaten.
Okay, yeah. You want to send?
I think we successfully pissed it off pretty heavily.
What do you want to say?
We're seeking to help you against the creature that you're being lowered towards, but we don't know where you are. What city or what town were you just, or what town are you in?
Okay. You do get a response, and it is visceral. This child's voice is high, shrill, and frightened, and all that you get out of him is, "Leave me alone. We did what you asked. Stop it. Stop it. I'm already out. You can't keep doing this. Stop it. Please, leave me alone. Stop."
That poor kid.
It's a hell of a way to start the morning.
All
also a hell of a way to end the session.
Does that sound like they were cooperating with the thing to like put on a show for us?
It's an interesting interpretation.
You could roll an insight check, I guess, on
Wait.
Burberry's description of this sending response.
Wait, it said he already got out.
Yeah, that's one of the things that was
It's
like.
you guys did not wake up at night. It is morning now.
Yeah,
To
it
be
said
clear.
we did what you asked, and I already got out. Leave me alone. So it almost sounds like they were doing its bidding to put on a play to scare us.
Maybe.
Well,
Can I roll insight on it?
sure.
23.
23. That, I think, response comes a lot closer to meshing with your human sacrifice theory than with a sort of theatric production situation. Considering the kid is alive to respond, it would also gel with the this thing eats people's fear theory. This strikes you as though this creature has some kind of arrangement with whoever these people are. And contacting them after they're out could be in violation of that arrangement. Not that they have any recourse in this case.
Kat just came up with a really weird theory.
Okay.
Okay, so this thing eats people's fear in the theory that we are currently working with. So what if they think that they're sacrificing their kids or whoever they chose, right? And this thing gobbles up the fear and then lets them go under the understanding that if they go back, they will actually murder people. But because the people in the village don't know that they're being let go at the end, they think that they're sending these people to die.
Which would make them scared.
Right, because if they think, oh, it's that time again, it's Thursday, I gotta go be, fed to the fear demon for an hour.
Burberry, you would make a great fear demon if you ever, pivot into a different career.
This is the second time something of that effect has been told to me with this character, and I love it.
For what it's worth, I think no matter what this thing says to us, it does not like the what's it called? It's not consecution. That's Critical Role. The conjugation?
The conjunction.
Conjunction. It
The
does
conflagration.
The conflagration.
Your function.
It does not like the conjunction, and I think it has incentive to try to interfere with something like that. I don't think the plan is bad, but clearly there's more layers here than we had anticipated.
Well,
Only we had some way to shield our minds or something.
That would be really useful. Some kind of ring.
As I said, if we are
a
going
wondrous
to go
item of some kind.
Yes.
through this plan, we probably should do this first, just to get the close proximity thing down, and if it does not come to any fruition, then we can attempt moving forward to a mouth chasm.
I wonder if staying in like a
Or if it's all
temple.
baby teeth, the Tooth Fairy's castle.
What if staying in a temple would prevent baby teeth from entering our dreams?
You could try that tomorrow.
Considering how much luck you had finding a singular magic item of specificity, I
What?
don't like your odds on a second.
No, I think he's saying if we stayed
We
in the
don't.
temple to sleep.
Oh. I mean,
Because I mean,
Maybe.
usually gods are pretty peculiar about things intruding on their domains.
What? You mean you don't want to stay another night with this very sweet old lady?
As much as I like the sweet old lady, I'm afraid she might get jumped by baby teeth.
No, he can't come here.
We are assuming.
I think anything that was as pissed off as you guys made it would have attacked if it could.
That's an excellent point, Noel. We did a great job in the worst way possible, John.
I think you at the very least, that was a proof of concept that he cannot leave that damn forest. Because he would have if he could have.
Yeah, that's why he tried to bite your butt, John.
Oh, I forgot I mooned him.
I am surprised you remembered that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the moon blushed at that.
And on that note,
It's a good note to end on.
let's wrap for the session, shall we? You guys have
Yeah.
some new information. You've got some plans, some conjecture, some theories. See what happens next time. To wrap up, MVP vote. Any nominees?
I had to vote for.
Let's give it to John, because I think he's gonna need it.
I'm gonna vote for Barnaby because he stopped me from revealing our plan to the evil monster.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Good
Honestly,
catch.
that was
That's a good
Yeah.
one.
Very good.
Barnaby, yeah, got my vote for that.
Good call.
That
All right,
was
Barnaby.
clutch insight.
Yeah, Barnaby. That goes to Barnaby for sure.
I already got inspiration, so who wants it?
If nobody
think
else has
Burberry
it,
used it.
or needs it, I'll definitely take it.
I used mine today, but as I said, I think John will need it more than I.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'll take it.
I might have
Yeah,
the power of
definitely.
bad rolls on my side, but he has something that's actively mad at him, so.
Fair.
Oh, I was gonna ask Lauren, Noel something, and then I completely forgot.
Oop.
Like I can ask out of character. It's not a big thing.
Sure.
So I used my potion of enlarging, right?
Yeah.
So I have my potion of making things smaller. What happens if, like, how small does it make them?
It's half the size.
Is it half?
I think they go down one size category.
So he's large, so he would just go to medium.
Yeah, and he would also lose 1d4 for all of his attack rolls. It's basically the opposite of what large does.
Okay. So it'll weaken him, but it won't really make him super vulnerable.
But it will
can,
weaken him.
It can be useful for, and this is just from my experience in the past. One, it'll make it so he can't like fully engulf anybody. So like if he's the type of monster to do that. Or two, it makes him easier to contain if you are attempting to find a way to contain him. So if you can only have something that's in a 5-foot square and he's a 10-foot monster, if you reduce him, then everything fits in that 5-foot square.
Which could be valuable because he likes to teleport away. And I think we're going to
Just
have
feed
to
him
find
like
a way
6 of those, and then have a Lauren turn into a bear and eat him.
I don't know if they affect stack.
That's a good point, actually, Johnny. We do need to bring that up, that he's gonna run if we do get close to killing him. We should have some kind of plan for that.
Oh, all goopy. Too
Yeah,
bad.
that's
I
right.
don't. Wait, does anybody in this party have counterspell? Is that a later on?
Do we still have
I
that
don't
scroll of
think that-
counterspell?
I think that's a 4th level spell, isn't it?
Nobody in this party can cast counterspell is the problem.
Yeah.
True.
No, that's what I was asking. I legit don't know.
Also, for support, everybody gets a point with everybody. There was tons of RP this session, so
Cool.
enjoy your RP points.
That thing that we always forget about.
Yeah, the bonuses that have never been relevant.